Good morning. It is Tuesday, July 30th, 9 o'clock, and this is a special meeting of the Jefferson PUD Board of Commissioners. My name is Jeff Randall. I'm president of the board, and I'm calling this meeting to order. Jefferson PUD will be offering both, hold on a second, I got to make this bigger so I can read it. Both virtual online meetings as well as in-person meetings unless advance notice is provided. Online participant audio will be muted upon entry. Please unmute at the appropriate time to speak. And if you are calling in, use *6 to mute and unmute and *9 to raise a hand to request to speak. So we'll now do a roll call. My name is Jeff Randall. I'm Commissioner for District 1 and President of the Board.
Dan Tupper, Commissioner for District 3.
Kenneth Collins, Commissioner, District 2.
And we are all present and accounted for. So on the agenda today, we have presentation of a 10-year long range planning, budget, staffing levels, and finance workshop. Do we have anything else to add or?
So I had a question about the agenda. If we're going to have any breaks or public comment periods, how we want to break this down and what time we want to do those things. So the public knows the schedule of when to be in and out.
Yeah, when, that's part of kind of my opening thing, but we will take a break approximately every hour.
Yes.
It's a long meeting. We need to.
And those are
Okay.
5-minute breaks.
5-minute breaks.
And then as far as public comment at the end, are we doing a lunch period and all, or are we going to work
We're
straight through?
gonna do a lunch period.
So-
There's so much information that we need to break. We want people as fresh as they can be during the discussions.
Well, why don't we approve the agenda and then we can discuss how we.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of approving the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So yeah, this will be a meeting different than others. I don't think we're going to have a public comment period for things not on the agenda. I think everybody's here to hear the staff's plan, but maybe Kevin, you could just kick it off by what you're hoping to cover, maybe some suggested ground rules from the day. And before we dive into things, we'll make sure everybody's clear with what we're doing.
Can you bring up slide 1, please?
Sorry,
Jeff, can you move just?
My
slightly?
James, do you want to go to share on the Zoom meeting first? Share on
So I knew we weren't quite ready.
slideshow
There you go.
from the beginning.
The Jeopardy music. Dun, dun.
So while the first slide's coming up, I will go ahead and get started. So this meeting is really to look at the 10-year forecasted capital work for the PUD. We have some very large projects and we have a lot of stuff that just literally needs to be done, and staff and the commission need to get on the same page, align our priorities so that we can move forward with the projects that we have. We do want the commissioners to ask questions as they come up. It's a long meeting. If we wait till the end, we'll get them. Some questions we may defer and say, okay, we'll answer that question later on in the show, or some we may not even answer today. We'll just get back to it at a later date. We'll take a break approximately every hour.
You should come closer to this microphone in the middle, so you may want to go over to that side.
Or use your own microphone.
Yeah,
Can it pick me up if I'm standing up?
probably not. Probably better to come out.
For now, I'll start
Okay,
here.
I'm sorry.
I want to walk around because this is gonna be too long a meeting for me to sit and talk for the whole time. We will take breaks about every hour. Depending on questions, participation, the meeting could go a little bit longer or shorter, depending on how the interaction is with the board and staff. if we don't get done today, we will schedule another meeting to finish up where we get to. There are restrooms through this door, and if there's an emergency, the exit is right through the front door, which you came in through. So, there's no questions.
I guess let's let the commissioners ask questions real quick. So, and I just want to let the public know, this is mainly an informational meeting, but if you have a question about something said, you don't understand it, please raise your hand. So I guess for clarifying questions, just so everybody knows what's being discussed, please raise your hand for that. Otherwise, I'd ask, please hold questions. And are we planning to have time at the end so that the commissioners can kind of talk about what has all been presented, so we can kind of maybe digest it and throw some ideas back and forth? Have you planned that in?
Some places we want real discussion from the board at the time we're discussing it.
So like with the business lines or something like electrical, water, broadband, maybe
Yeah.
little breaks then. Okay. Dan?
So, for the strategic plan, and I look at this as strategic planning, we want to include the public. I mean, that's written right into the strategic plan. So I'd like to see us dedicate maybe 10 or 15 minutes at the end of the first half before lunch for public comment. Obviously, there'll be some clarifying questions, but I would like to see us give the community a chance, 10 or 15 minutes, 2 minutes per person or 3 minutes per person, gives, 4 or 5 people a chance to weigh in if there's issues with the planning, not with clarification. So that would be my ask.
So you're proposing kind of midway through the day, just have a public comment?
Because a lot of people may have commitments in the afternoon. So if we give them 15 minutes before we break for lunch, if they have to leave, they don't have
Okay.
to stick around all day to listen to
If you can, do you have head nods? Does that kind of sound good to folks who are here? Okay.
And the commissioners will be here all day, so we'll be on breaks and lunch, so
All right.
we'll
So
be
let's
accessible too.
let's
so.
plan a little public comment period halfway through the day. We'll ask kind of for the normal thing, limit it to 3 minutes or less.
And there are 4 sections to this. Some are much longer than others. So if we could do some questions in between sections.
Great. Well, let's get going.
Okay, so because we do have some people in the audience, some people not familiar with the PUD, the commissioners have already introduced themselves. I don't know if you guys want to go again, but I was gonna have this row go.
Sure.
I'm Kevin Street, General Manager of the PUD.
Joel Paisner, General Counsel to the PUD.
Will O'Donnell, Broadband and Communications Director.
Melanie DesMarais, Human Resources Director. Jean Pepper, Services Director.
Mike Bailey, Finance Director.
And Jameson.
I'm Jameson Hahn, Digital Communications Specialist.
Thanks, Jameson.
Okay, we'll jump
About
in.
Annette and
Well-
Tammy.
Annette Johnson, Executive Assistant to Kevin and Records.
Tammy Brown, PUD Secretary Recorder.
Thank you.
Go, Jimmy.
Jimmy Scarborough.
Oh, Jimmy's hiding.
Scarborough, Engineering Manager, PD.
Okay.
No more.
Jennifer Deere.
Oh my gosh.
Customer Service.
So you guys are like outnumbered big time here, the public. Thank you for coming, spending what is today? Tuesday.
So today, the meeting, we're gonna cover, really why we're here. Necessary improvements to our water, broadband, and electrical division. We're gonna cover where we're at today, some of the problems we have throughout our system, and we'll cover solution and goals moving forward. And then we will really talk in depth on how to get there, where we'll talk about very specific projects. Before we go to the next slide, and these are per our accounting side of things, 84% of overheads go to electric, 7% go to broadband, and 7% go to water.
So I'm sorry, Kevin, what'd you just say?
How we split out administration and is 84% power
Kevin, it's 86.
or 86. I guess my math's wrong. 86% power, 7% broadband, 7% water. And that's a split based on, and Mike, you want to tell them how we came up with the split?
It's split on, it was split on the budgeted expenses, a little bit on meters, a little bit on revenue. We kind of took a combination of everything, rounded it to the nearest numbers. Try to make it, and that does get reviewed every year.
Okay, so one more time, it was 80
6%
86.
power, okay,
7 broadband,
okay.
7 water.
And just to be clear, that's, that's the calculation we use for everything the PUD does administratively towards one of our lines of business.
Correct.
And water is really water and sewer, right?
Water and sewer.
Okay,
I bring that up because there are more slides on power. That is because power is our biggest business. It's not because water or broadband is less important. It's just a smaller piece of our business. Broadband, however, based on budgets and grant funding for the next 5 years, is a huge part of our capital work being done. So we'll spend a little extra time on broadband. And water, we'll spend a lot of time on water, but it has specific to do with things we need to improve, things we have to get better at on the water side of things. So next slide.
Quick question, Kevin, because you said what you just did about the amount of revenue that is going to go towards broadband, wouldn't there be more administrative costs or duties involved with that we should maybe adjust during that period for the broadband administrative costs?
So as we go through this, you're gonna see where water has percentage wise, huge costs that are gonna increase, and so does electrical. So at this time, we don't think it should, but again, it is reviewed yearly. So if something changes, we would change the percentage, but probably not in the next year or two. So why we are here? In a 10-year long-range plan, really the only way to make it work is if the board and staff are on the same page. We have to start the engineering for these projects we're going to talk about today. Within the next couple months, we have to start purchasing material. For example, if we want to build a substation, depending on the transformer, it could be 4 years out. We're looking at regulators based on a bid our engineering firm got 6 weeks ago that are 105 weeks out. So it's important that we start now, but it's also important that we stay with the projects that we prioritize, stay with the time frame that the board and the staff has agreed to. Because even a small deviation, and this has happened, we had a problem with one of the transformers we were purchasing. It was the rebuild, and they had a problem at the factory. They didn't get us the necessary drawings to approve. That put the delivery back 4 months. And in projects that we need done in a timely fashion, 4 months for one piece of equipment can be crucial. So with this, it is, and that's what this whole meeting is about, working with the board and staff to make sure that as staff, we've done the priorities that the board wants. We're accounting for what the customers need and move forward. So that's really what we're looking at doing today is starting that alignment. Next slide. So these are our commissioners. They have a fiduciary responsibility. So everything we do is based on the monies allocated. So if we have a project that's going to be $10 million, it will be a budget item and the board has to approve it. So the board is key to making these projects move forward. The board also has how we finance them. The board is for rates. The board sets rates in the PUD. We go after grants. Most grants, we have to get a resolution from the board saying we approve to go for that grant. Low interest loans through the states. Again, it takes board approval to do a lot of the financing that we need for these projects, especially because they're millions of dollars. It's not something that staff can just go do. So through our long-range planning, their responsibility is not only approval of the projects and the financing, but they will help us as staff set the priorities. Because there's too many projects to get done, so we're gonna have to set the priorities based on staff recommendation and discussion with the board, and then we can move forward with the projects. Next slide. So the strategic plan does guide us in our day-to-day operations, and it's part of what is in our presentation here. How are we gonna supply the needed power, water, and broadband to our customers? And we're at a crucial point where we have to start making improvements so that 10 years from now, we are in a place that our customers are happy with. I am gonna have Will talk just a pinch on the strategic plan.
Well, right now?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Go.
You want me to bring it up?
It's your call. What?
No, I'll go with, we can bring up different parts of it. We passed our strategic plan in 2021, working with Kirk Gibson, who was instrumental in helping us acquire our electric grid. I think we worked on it for almost a year and a half. It was a long process. It was a very collaborative process. I think we put together actually quite a good plan. We defined well our mission, our vision, our values, and our goals and objectives. And as I review it, we've met quite a few of them. This is exciting to be working on this next project with the 10-year outlook, because that's how we make reality so much of what we laid down in the strategic plan. We have some work to do to turn our goals and our objectives and kind of our high concept principles into a day-to-day work plan. I think we will be doing that in the next year. And that's part of what we're doing here today. But I know safety, compliance, we've added direct positions to manage those. We have a safety manager on staff. Our safety committee is very active. We have a contracts compliance position. We're regularly reviewing with Moss Adams. We're doing a number of things to make sure that we're shepherding our ratepayers' interests as best that we can. Innovative is one of our values. One of my favorite parts about working here is that we are innovative. We do take risks. We do try to provide over and above for our community. Sustainable, we are blessed with the BPA power in that we have almost carbon-free electricity. And most of the country lacks access to the clean energy that we already have. Responsible and accountable to our community, each other. I think that's something that we do every day. But all of these values that are in our strategic plan, and I'm not going to list all of them, are something that we have to commit to each and every day, which is part of our mission. We added each and every day to the end of our mission. I'll read the mission: to better the lives of our community through the delivery of water, pure electric broadband service each and every day. And the each and every day part is important because just with our values, just with everything we have to do, every day we get up, it's a new day. We have to keep making these things happen. We have to make sure we don't backslide. We have to improve our services. We've been doing that. Our vision: provide outstanding value and leadership within our community. It's interesting because we are certainly not the cheapest utility in Washington State by a long shot, but nationally and even in the broader region, we provide excellent value. And we are a leader locally, regionally, and nationally on a number of fronts. And that's part of why I'm proud to work here. As far as the goals and objectives, let's see here. Transparency, I know, has been a big one. We have been extensive in our work to share all of our policies, our board meeting documents, everything with the public. The communications team does everything it can to get information out to the public. I think we've been a leader on this in the PUD space. We've been a leader in making our board meetings more public and putting out all of our materials, making it easier for customers to find. We've worked with our citizens whenever they've asked to have new features made available. We've done that. We have more work to go, but I've been proud of what our team has done. And I'm proud of what we're doing going forward now with looking at all of our substations and our electric grids. You guys probably saw in the newspaper this weekend, data centers are a huge new impact. We went from 5 years ago where we were talking about load growth being flat to 1%. And now we're looking at load growth at 30%. And what are we going to do? So our infrastructure is going to be key to how we're successful in bringing clean energy and reliable energy and affordable energy to our community. Same on all of our fronts. We have an aging water system we're looking through, and all of the parts of the strategic plan. See if I can find some of the water related ones. Plan for long-term capital investment PUD services. That's what we're here to do today. Plan for meeting regulatory requirements. I mean, that's every day, every day, 365 days a year. Define the extent of our offerings, optimize efforts on safety for our workforce and our community. So we've been working on the strategic plan. I think we have a good base document, and I look forward to putting together an action plan in the coming year.
Thanks, Will.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I just want to tack on to a couple of things Will said there, and we do have a very good strategic plan. The board and all the principals that were involved with that did a really good job of it. It's available on the website if you want to review it. It's only about 10 pages. A little bit more about what Will had to say there. You know, we are clean. We're, 80 BPA power is 87% hydro, 10% nuclear, and then 3% of this, that, and the other thing. So it's a very clean power mix to begin with. And we're in the process of working on 20-year contracts with BPA. And I can tell you those discussions, and that's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years, are going to impact us as it comes to what the cost of energy and availability of energy is going to be. It's going to get harder for this utility, which means it's going to cost us more. So that's what these projects are geared at, is efficiencies and, how we can help ourselves to help you. So thanks.
All right, and I'm just gonna ask everybody, please mute your phones. We've had 2 phones go off already. That's helpful.
Okay, next slide. So reliability, everyone has a different definition of reliability. On the electrical side, we keep track of how often the lights are on, how long the outages last, response time to outage. So we track that on the electrical side. On the water side, we primarily track where the outages are and the location, so it gives us a better plan to move things forward. On broadband, when we get there, which will be within the next couple weeks, we hope, broadband is the time you're operational, uptime, so that we will track that. Truly, what we're talking about in the presentation is reliability. How can we make the electric grid more responsive? How can we eliminate outages? And how can we put the necessary infrastructure to build for the future? On the water side of things, it's basically the same thing, except it's instead of wires in the air, it's pipe in the ground. And a lot of the same needs that we have in the electrical, where we have old infrastructure and need to upgrade it, we have the same thing in our water systems. We have some older systems, and it's time for us to do some work on those systems. Our saving grace with reliability is the broadband. Broadband is really building out brand new, and it's building in such a way that from the very start, it will be very reliable, it will be very robust. So on that part of our business, we're extremely fortunate. Next slide. Quick.
John? You mentioned the metrics that we collect on reliability. We were going to have that available on our website so our customers could see just how reliable we are and I was just looking at the website and I couldn't find any information.
It is there, you have to go through the financial dashboards, because it's part of the, it's in a place that's a little bit harder to find. And today it's only the electrical system. We don't have some of the reliability for the water or broadband. Broadband will be easier to import into a dashboard, but water is gonna take some manual work to make that happen.
And we added it to the bottom of our broadband, or not broadband page, our outage page, but we'll do a better job to make it more visible.
Good.
Quick question too, Kevin, because again, a lot of what we're looking at down the road with these capital jobs is operation, maintenance, and sustainability after the fact. So you mentioned the broadband, particularly I want to focus on the aerial. Obviously, we have outages now. We send crews out. We have a certain amount of manpower, trucks and materials. If broadband were to receive the same kind of an outage, a tree through the lines, how does that match up for the broadband business versus the electric business on the amount of employees, amount of overhead costs, as to how that repair will affect us financially, that being the broadband division, and as far as what kind of outages would people expect with the broadband if a tree were to just completely go through the lines or break a pole?
So broadband is a little different animal, and it's has to do with the type of fiber we use. We use an ADSS fiber, which stands for all dielectric. And so in our old fiber network, we've actually had trees get on the fiber, bring it all the way to about 6 inches from the ground. By the time we cut the tree off, the fiber would just go back up to its normal place. We may have to go move some couple, I'm going to call them shoes, but attachment points on the poles, open them up and let the fiber slide back to its normal sag. But usually with fiber, trees aren't as big as issue. Now a car hit pole can cause us damage. Years ago, we had a car hit pole during the winter going on to Indian Island and took out 2 poles. The overhead was down on the ground. The fiber was down on the ground. The overhead took us approximately 12 hours to repair and fix the 2 poles. Had to put a new reclosure. There was a lot of work involved. The fiber, though, again, it stretched down, but we went ahead and were able just to pick it back up and put it back into place. So that an hour for fiber and maybe 12 hours for the electrical side, because a lot of times on the electrical, it'll burn through the wire and it'll actually break it. So it puts it on the ground, it goes back further. So those are kind of what you will see. And at times, we do think the electrical and the fiber people work together to support each other, putting the infrastructure back up.
All right, let's keep rolling.
Next slide. So on the power side, we're going to talk about issues where we do have, and these are examples. We have many, many examples throughout the power, water, so that people don't think these are the only 2 issues we have. We have multiple issues, but these are ones we can easily talk about. We have solutions for, we've been working on them. So just so everyone knows, we're gonna look at the demand on our wire and our transformers in our system. How does that work with existing loads, with new growth and those kind of things? Along with loading issues, we're going to talk about voltage. End of line voltage becomes very important as we're looking to build out, because as mentioned earlier on data centers, some of the newer loads coming in are very susceptible to voltage swings. So your system has to be robust enough to handle the voltage ups and downs. So we are going to work along those lines. Again, I want everyone to know the examples we use for power, water are just examples. There's other things we could talk about. We chose these. Next slide.
So Kevin, are you going to point out along the way with the different electric projects, which bucket they fall into, whether it's reliability or the voltage, or those go together, I realize, but are you going to kind of point out as you go what each project is kind of going to target?
We can, and to bring everybody up to speed, the loading and voltage are tied together. A small wire, you get less voltage through and you can get less amps or less load through. So a lot of the fixes not only fix one problem, but they'll fix another. In our solution part of the discussion, though, we are going to talk very specifically, can I fix voltage here without changing wire, and how that all fits together for future projects. So when we first took over the PUD, the electrical system from PSE, we built a new line to a double circuit line going along Breaker Lane to split out the Shine and Port Ludlow area. And I was here at this time. So when we went to program the reclosure at the substation, we put in a new reclosure. And that's the circuit that turns on and off if you had an outage. So when we programmed that reclosure, and I put the settings in, everything worked fine until our first outage. And then we had an outage out on Breaker Lane, and it tripped all the way back to the substation because when it reclosed back in, there was just too much load there. So Breaker Lane loading issues has been a real problem. How it really affects our customers is during outages, specifically during peak times like in the winter. We can't just close the switches to bring that area on at one whack. We have to bring it on in very small chunks so that when we bring up a section, cold load pickup may be 4 times, 3 times higher than normal capacity. So we'll actually go in and we'll change the settings at Breaker Lane, and we'll pick up, say, to the golf course. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but so far down, we'll open a switch, we'll pick it up. And then we literally have to sit there, and our dispatch center waits till the current gets below what we know we can close in, and then they will issue a command to the crews to go and close the next switch. And the same thing, they will just sit and wait till the amps get below a certain point. So it's very time consuming when you have loading constraints based on outages. So reliability not only is to be able to find the fault and fix it quickly, but it's to be able to energize the people quickly. And in this case, we can't because of how the load is in that area. The next issue we're going to talk about is voltage at the end of Marrowstone Island. For a long time,
And I'm just going to pause you, Kevin, since I've looked ahead at the presentation. It sounds like you're kind of introducing problems, and then as we go through the presentation, we're going to get to slides or we get to more detail on what the solutions are.
We will get to as specific as the commissioners want, down to detailed drawings or relay settings, the whole schmear. So yes, we're laying out some of the problem, and in the future slides, it will be, how do we fix them?
Okay.
On Marrowstone Island, we have known for quite a while now that we have a voltage problem. That at the end of the line, the voltage is lower than what we would like it to be. Now, for most residential customers, it's not an issue because, like your water heater, if your voltage is a little low, the elements in there, it doesn't really matter. So, but we have looked at solutions. We do have a regulator bank that brings the voltage up as you come onto the island. It's still on the Navy base, but in the new construction, it was moved back a few spans. So we have a lot of places throughout our system that we need to be very cautious of the voltage. If we would add large load out there, certain things would cause this problem to be worse. New loads throughout the system may drop it because of how this interties with lead load.
Could you give us an example of what kind of load what would generate the kind of load you're talking about? Is it a big business or is it a couple of homes? I mean, can you put it in context?
I can't really put it into context because it depends where the load is on the circuit. And you're gonna be able to see when we bring up the voltage map and the analysis that was done is how you look at voltage throughout a circuit. So it really does depend on where the load is.
And the reason I asked is for prioritization purposes, it'd be nice to know what it is that could cause that kind of impact, whether this should be a higher priority versus the Breaker Lane versus Discovery Bay versus Hastings, whatever substations we're targeting.
You actually hit the credit. So this whole presentation is how do we set our priority? I will be, the reason these two are on here though, to me, these are high priority. So that is the reason we use them. So from staff's recommendation, they're going to rate very high. And depending on the funding mechanism, I think they'll rate very high also. So
Again, I'll reiterate, I'll beat the dead horse here. I will need to know to make these kind of decisions into the weeds, what is it that would generate that kind of an issue on Maristone?
well, we can give you general rules, but we can't unless and we'll get into these drawings later, but we can arbitrarily say a load is going here and then we can show you the voltage. The problem is if it doesn't go there, it doesn't give you the information you need. So what we will give you is enough information and how the loading is going to work through that circuit based on what we have today and growth that we think is predictable for the future.
Kevin, isn't part of the problem of Maristone that it's basically kind of a dead end? That there's not kind of looped power out there so that people further away from where the power is coming in from, it's harder to maintain their voltage. And if you add, say new load at like Fort Flagler or something, it's kind of, I think of it as like having a long extension cord and then a whole bunch of stuff. You stick a bunch of Christmas lights or something on the end of a long extension cord and you don't, that it's kind of like that.
It's distance away from the substation, wire size and loads.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. And that's part of one of the solutions is to make it not a dead end anymore. It's kind of loop.
In a future slide, we'll show a possibility of going through the Indian Island and looping that system. So
Thanks.
next slide. Here on the left-hand side, we're looking at Breaker Lane and Port Ludlow. And this year it peaked at 420 amps. And that's one circuit off a feeder coming all the way from the substation. So we have multiple problems here. It's not only that that circuit is so overloaded, it is how far it's away from the substation. It's the wire size to get us to the substation. So you can see when you trip out and you're 420 amps, if it's 3 times that to try to pick it up at cold load pickup, the equipment just can't handle it. And that's why we have to chop it up into small pieces so that the cold load. And so people know when dispatch is watching cold load, they will throw in a small stretch. It will be 200 amps for about 5 minutes. And then things will start picking up so that after 5 minutes, it goes to maybe 400 amps within 10 minutes. Maybe up to 600 amps within about 15 or 20 minutes. It continues to grow, then it'll peak off, and then it takes hours to have it come back down.
And just for those people who can't see up here, this is a 1 month of data for January of 2024. So basically, when we got that really cold snap, it was at middle of the month and the usage doubled, consumption doubled.
So looking at load growth across the system, you know, I look at Port Ludlow, Breaker Lane is obviously feeds Port Ludlow. They, you know, there's a lot of housing being built out there near the golf course right now. That's a plan, it's a master plan resort. That's going to increase our load out there with the electrification rules that the state has imposed, and maybe the federal government at some point too. More and more electric vehicles too. I mean, all these things fit into, it's going to take more and more power as people build. Marrowstone I see being a little bit more built out, so to speak, you know, for obvious reasons. Port Ludlow obviously is building. We know we're going to see a Habitat for Humanity 150 homes built in the Hadlock tri-area, which again is Chimicum substation, Irondale substation. So again, the substations are going to matter at the end of the day for prioritization because of things like that, of where the growth we know is going to happen. So have you taken that into account?
Yes, we have. And I want to caution people. If you look at just our peak loads, this is the worst time. Our growth is much higher than the 1.73 actually new meters we get a year. So our growth today isn't based on new customers coming in. Our growth today, this peak, is primarily based on a weather-driven event where people in our service territory are using more power. And there's a difference there. You know, it would be nice if we were getting a 30% growth in certain areas. We're not getting new customers. The reason I bring this up is because when you start financing projects, we don't have 30% more customers to spread this cost around. It's basically the same amount of customers, but our usage is going up. And that is a problem, and part of what we have to discuss is how do we cover all these costs?
Joel?
Thank you. What is the customer growth in that same period, you know?
So Gene Hall did a thing while I was back in Utah with our engineers. Can you just discuss that real quick, Gene?
Off the top of my head, if I can pull up the email real
Yeah.
quick with the numbers.
Yeah, give us just a second and Gene will give you the numbers. She did. And how this worked is we needed some more information with the engineer. And when I'm there, I talked to Jean. She said, hey, give me an hour and I'll have all the information. She sent it to us and that's what we incorporated in some of the engineering studies we were working on.
So what you've just led us to there a little bit, and this is the public kind of needs to hear this and understand this, is conservation is going to become a much larger issue than it has maybe been in the past. I.e. asking our customers to look at how they're using their load, how much load they're using, and adjusting their habits. And that may come through rates or it may come through voluntary. We'll just have to see how this plays out.
And one of the things that I wanted to ask staff too, so I'll just bring it up now to think about, in addition to asking people to efficiently use their energy, which is conservation, for me, it's the time you're choosing to do certain things. And one of the questions I have for you, Kevin, and in the industry, they call this demand management. And it's how you send signals to your customers that, hey, right now we're having a tough time getting you all the power you need. If there are some of you who can turn some loads off, turn off your electric vehicle, delay when your heat comes on in the morning, whatever. So one of my questions is going to be, what are we doing and what can we do to interact with our customers to help us there? Because I think when you're done, we're going to see this list of projects that's very daunting, very expensive. And one of my questions is going to be, what can we do to give ourselves more time? And it's kind of like, the patient who's got diabetes or needs a organ transplant or something. It's like, okay, what can that, but it's going to take them years to get that new liver. What can they do to kind of help their body cope while we're waiting for that new liver to basically be available?
So it's been almost 20 years since I moved here from Northern California, where they had differential time of use rates. So my question, dovetailing on what's been asked before, is how far away are we from having the capability of shaping customer demand through time of use rates?
So I believe in time of use rates. I believe that's the best way to communicate with our customers that you need to turn these devices on after we've peaked or before we peak, and you have to turn them off. So with the new AMI project that we have out now that we hope to be completed by the end of the year, that will give us the capabilities to do demand metering and try to really shape our curves. Everything you're seeing here, if you could shape, part of the curve down to the hour before or 2 hours before, all of a sudden you don't have to do as much work.
And for the public, AMI is automated metering infrastructure, which are the quote unquote smart meters.
And I'll throw this out there too. Where I've been, the time of use rate is cheaper, but it's voluntary. Not all customers have to do it, but if you do it, for example, there were certain things at our house, because I do believe in time of use. I had it on my house. We would do certain things after hours or weekend timeframes that used a lot of electricity. Charging EVs is a great opportunity to implement time of use, because you can program, hey, kick on at 10 o'clock and kick off at 4 o'clock, those kind of things. But there are many other things that have those same capabilities.
Kevin, can I have one point on this?
Please do.
If you don't mind. Yeah, what we saw in those peaks last winter was all of a sudden it got really cold and everybody plugged in space heaters and electric resistance heaters, which are very inefficient and suck a lot of power. But people plug those in because their houses were cold, and we can't stop them from doing that. And we can't stop them from doing it at peak hours because those are the coldest points of the day. What we can do and what we are doing is we have, we've been unique. We spend all of our BPA conservation money, and then we go get money from other communities. So we've been putting out as many heat pumps as we can, and we're close on the RESP.
Yeah.
As close as we've ever been in 5 years. And we'll be able to help folks. The biggest barrier to heat pump adoption or efficient heating adoption has been that people don't have the cash up front. If you're going to put in a $10,000 heating system that's very efficient, that's going to reduce your heating costs by half, you have to have $10,000. Most people don't have it. So with the on-bill financing program, we're going to be able to help shave a lot of our peak load by helping people get those efficient heating systems. Ken?
I wish it were possible, having moved into a new house, to put in a new heat pump and distributor system for $10,000. The cost, the sticker cost is actually twice that. But if you live in Jefferson County, this PUD provides a $900 rebate, as opposed to our neighbors in Clallam County provide a $600 rebate. And that in connection with the federal government subsidization of 30% of the overall cost, that makes it more affordable. But what you're saying, I think, is also key, to be able to spread those costs out over a period of years, because it is a big ticket item.
I do think too, though, we have to think outside the box, and the co-op I came from before here, part of their time of use plan was they would store heat off peak hours, so that during the peak early in the morning when we did peak, you could literally see system wide 10 megawatts come off our system based on people going to and from some of the stored heating units that are available. And this was cold country where heating was an issue with heat pumps and stuff like that. A lot of times it became heat strips, and they're not as efficient as some of the storage. So part of this presentation is us as a PD looking outside what we're normally thinking and see if there are other solutions that would work well for our community. If they don't, we wouldn't.
So I had one last question on this kind of interaction with customers on their loads before we go to Gene on the number of new customers and how it reflects loads. But so one of the things we get, or I get anyway, is like if there's a traffic accident and a road is blocked, I'll get this notice on my phone, accident, blah, 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 highway, blah, 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 blocked. And I realized that this cold snap we got literally was just this year. So we're running into things that we haven't historically run into. Have we thought about doing some sort of similar kind of notice thing? Hey, folks on breaker lane, we're experiencing high energy usage. If you can, reduce some discretionary loads, it would help us avoid an outage. Have we thought about that kind of last, gasp kind of thing?
And I'll throw Gene out again. There may be some functionality in
We
NISC.
do have functionality, yes.
Okay, I think it's something we should consider because I think when we saw the impact in that, and I can't remember that name of that project in Port Townsend, that Ridge thing, but we had customers coming in here for weeks after that, talking about the impact of those outages that occurred over several days. And it was that same problem. And I just kind of wonder if some people don't have a choice. They got to do this thing to keep their place warm, but others may have things that they're discretionarily running that they might not have to. Okay, enough said. Gene.
So customer growth, residential average since 2016, less than 1%. Commercial, even with the dip that we saw through COVID, small commercial, that is, since 2016, we've seen just about 2.5% growth over year. So not a lot of customer growth.
So the load growth, the amount of electricity used per customer is increasing much more than we're seeing actual new
Through
customers come
lifestyle
out.
changes, our homes are becoming smarter and they're requiring more power.
Yeah.
And I'll tie this back around again to what I said earlier about our contracts with BPA. That increase in this load is going to cost us more to get that power through BPA because we don't generate ourselves, at least very much. We have some customer generation. That is going to drive our electric rates up. There's just no getting around that because the power is more at a premium. More people are trying to get BPA power and are getting BPA power. And BPA is a dinosaur. They're slow to add more generation to their system.
So I'm just going to do a little time check. We're about 1 hour in and we're not quite 20% through our slides. So,
And we're going through the quicker slides first.
okay.
Just
All right.
put it in perspective. I do want people to know, though, it is hard to predict where we're going to peak for the year because it is really weather driven. Every peak you see on that slide is based on maybe a week-long period in the year where we peak. Everything else is considerably lower. So that makes it harder for Mike and his team to predict our cash flows, everything, because it could be 2 days out of the year that determine half of our peak.
Does our data show us coming up on a summer peak load at all, or have we had a regular summer peak?
No summer peak. It would be nice if people started using air conditioners around here, but a day like today, they're just not going to. And that, again, our system has to be built for a winter peak.
Next slide.
So
You didn't get the memo?
It's not my problem.
and I don't know how my computer is doing anything. I turned my phone off.
Bex, it's your desk phone.
Oh,
Get IT in here.
Sound off on your.
I'll just turn my Well, I may need my. Oh,
Just muted. Hit the mute button up on your F key.
yeah. I should have looked who was calling me. So. What we're graphing here is the voltage and line to Maristone. And this is how it's presented from the engineers, a little bit different, but this is kind of how it's presented at the engineers as node 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Node 3, if you look here, node 3 is right as you're coming on the island. That's where the regulators are. So the regulators boost the voltage. We're high through 3, 4, 5, but we continue to go down to the end of the island. So it's a very easy graph to look at. This says, okay, at the end of the island, 7 is too low a voltage. There are recommendations that we're going to go through in the end of the presentation, how to fix that voltage. What are the steps that we need to take to make voltage as strong at the end of the island as we should have it? A lot of the information for this type of graph comes from the new AMI meters. We can get a snapshot at different places along the line with true meter reads. In the old days, they would calculate it. They would take your average loads throughout the line, your voltage coming out of the substation. They had computer programs to model it. We can actually plug in real numbers for all these nodes, what people are seeing at their house, and give that to the engineers, which gives us a much better engineering design.
So if you happen to live in the area around number 7, what's the impact on the customer of having lower voltage than one arguably should?
Right now, the impact is minimal. Your hot water tank doesn't get as hot, or it takes a little bit longer to get up to temperature. So it's more your resistive type load is okay. Some in the old days, a lot of UPSs kept track of voltage, and if you went below 114, it'd start beeping for your computer. That's not as big a deal now. So where we are today, we're at the ragged edge. If that line continues to go down, they would start seeing problems where, for example, equipment will fail at a certain thing. It will either get too hot, because one of the problems with low voltage is your current has to go up, and there's some heat exchange so that you can see some of your equipment fail.
So things like refrigerators and heat pump. I mean, there's certain equipment that
Compressors in that kind of stuff. Sometimes there's smart boards in some of the older equipment that aren't as robust as some of the new boards that, you could lose a controller in an oven setting, for example.
But yeah, people aren't happy when their appliances die.
Yeah.
And then it's like the voltage is
So
low.
again, put it into perspective, if you could, for just say area number 7, how often and what kind of duration are you talking about this being a problem?
So these are during, I'm going to say, and they're not during peak loads, but they're during higher than average loads, because that's when we looked at this, was during not our peak, because that's unrealistic. This is, I can't remember the dates, but it would be the shoulder months where we're looking at it, where we're not in our lows and we're not in our highs. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I realize there's a whole lot of variables that go into it, the weather and what people are doing during that time of year, whether it's October and March or whichever months you're looking at versus, April and November. So,
yeah. So any more questions on this? We do have these graphs for several areas we're studying. Most of the graphs look like this. We have a couple that are a little bit better, but I'm going back this is not only a problem to Maristone. We need to look at voltage throughout our system, which we are. And, but this is one of them we decided to highlight. It's as bad as any of them.
And Kevin, for context for everybody, this isn't something the PUD is doing on our own. We have an engineering firm
Correct.
that's working with us. We're providing them data. They're crunching the numbers, coming up with, here's your problems, here's your solutions.
And our team is giving them where to look at different places we know there's problems. That's the ones they're studying. Because based on this, they're going to come back. And I'm getting to a future slide, but they're going to say, okay, at 6, put a regulator bank and that will bring up the voltage at the end.
Okay.
And one other quick comment, kind of to that point, and I know it's going to be further on, you know, we're talking about manpower, the number of employees we need to do. You talked a lot already about engineering. Are we going to bring some of the hiring we're going to do, bringing in in-house engineers? Or are we going to continue to outsource our engineering to consultants or through contracts? What are we going to change that? Because it's a dollar value at the end of the day of what's the best use of the public funds. Does it make more sense to try and do stuff more in-house or to keep going outside?
So on a lot of these studies, it is more economical to go outside because they have the computer programs. This isn't done by a single individual. This is done by a team of 4. Even when I go and sit down and visit with them, they'll bring in a team of 6 engineers that are working on our projects. So realistically, at this point, we can't do it ourselves. Very much more economical to have the engineering or the consultants help us on some of this. Not saying we don't need some additional staffing in this area. It's just we would increase staffing, but we wouldn't increase it enough to do this type of work.
Okay.
Again, this is a snapshot of the regulators that regulate voltage going on to Maristone Island. Regulators they tap 16 up and 16 down. So you can raise the voltage 16 times or lower it 16 times. All we're showing here as on Maristone, we've maxed out that regulator. It can't tap it any higher. So when you hit 16 and it can't go higher, then your voltage goes down. Now there's things we can do about that. We can raise it back at the next device, pick it up there, which gives you a few more taps here. But we do show at some of our high loading that we cannot raise voltage. So that's really all we're showing there. Okay, next slide.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
What is the date on the highest one that you had there?
we'll go back.
I think that's that same January.
Yeah.
Event,
January
15th.
12th through the 15th.
It's a record cold snap for the entire state.
And before you go on, I'm going to throw one more thing out there. 10 years ago, no, almost 12 now, the PUD board and staff put together a plan to expand our SCADA system, to build a new SCADA system. And a lot of this information
Acronym.
is system control and data acquisition. In a nutshell, it allows us to talk to this equipment out in the field. So we're extremely fortunate that our newer equipment, we can look at this real time, we can watch it. So we do have some things that have worked extremely well for us. These type of graphs, the voltage number and all come back in. That is a very big plus to our PUD. The flip side, it's 10 years old. We have to start upgrading that system so that we can be better equipped in the future to capture all the information that's needed to understand how the systems operate.
Is that an all fiber system or do we have any DSL type stuff? I mean, explain.
All of the above. We are really looking forward to some expansion on the broadband to capture all of this equipment. This particular regulator is on PUD fiber, but it was installed by the PUD for this device only. It doesn't catch anything else. Our new broadband system, we have a bunch of extra capacity. Everything we pass, we can connect to. So our broadband expansion is going to be hugely beneficial to the electrical side and the engineering of what has to be done. So on the water, we have,
So Kevin, we're an hour in. Do we want to take a quick
Yeah,
5-minute
let's-
break?
let's take a quick break.
Okay. 5-minute break. And do we pause the recording while we're doing it? This is Jeff Randall. We are at 10:12 and we're coming out of our break. Please continue. Where did we leave off?
So we left off at water. With our water systems, we have a couple problems. A lot of our system is older. The pipes that we're using, they leak, they're undersized. And with some of the new state regulations and requirements, we have to really take a new look and almost redesign the water system and department from the ground up. This would include some of our other concerns is the water rights that are available. The state is trying to make sure that the water is being used, that in the past municipals could have a lot of storage for future growth. There's a lot of concerns in Washington state that the state is going to be pulling back on some of that water that's allocated to municipals. So we have to be very proactive in that front. Some of the limitations that we have aren't necessarily, we couldn't pump more water, but we don't have the connection. The state, for example, in Quilcene gives us not only how much water we can pump, but how many customers we can have on that system. So what we're looking at here is really the same thing as we're looking at on the electrical, but in water, it's capacity and volume. Can you get enough for fire flow? Can you pump enough to keep your tank full during peak usage? It's exactly the same issues with a smaller number of people to pay for those issues. So we're going to look at a couple now. We're going to go next slide, please. So in Quilcene, it had when we took over the system, we had a tank that was elevated. It was there by the Forest Service. It was an above ground tank on stilts. And for seismic reasons, it no longer met the requirements for the state. So we had to put it in a new water tank that would meet the new seismic requirements. With this water tank, it's 3.1 million. We serve approximately 40 customers in Quilcene, and it was necessity that we change the tank out. We were required to by the state, but our whole water department, whole water system, all of our customers had to pay for that water tank, and literally only hits approximately 40 people. One of the questions a lot of people ask is, well, why don't you just go around and connect more people? When you get your water rights in the state of Washington, again, it's not only how much water you can produce instantaneously, it's how much you can produce annually. And in this case, there is a number of connections that we can have in Quilcene. So we can't just go on, knock on somebody's door and say, hey, can we turn you on to PUD power? You can let your well go. It's not that simple. It's not that we don't have opportunity in Quilcene to increase the size of the system to help defer the costs, but it is more complicated than just knocking on somebody's door to say, hey, we will give you water at a good price.
So to put this into context, Kevin, too, we have 5,000 water customers, 15-ish systems ranging from, 10 or 15 to 3,500 customers on a system. So what is the annual budget and the capital improvement budget for the water department?
So the capital improvement budget is based on the 10-year work plan. That was approved by the board 2-3 years ago, can't remember. And we're going to discuss that very specific plan here shortly, so I'm going to postpone that. I am going to throw Mike, who's probably quickly bringing up his budget that he's working on now, to give you the water budget for.
Yeah, because I want people to understand that $3 million, and the whole budget for the water is $5 to $6 million for all of those 5,000 customers. And I don't know, probably 500,000 in capital improvement. I'm just guessing, but.
Well, I will say this, in discretionary funds, the water system has less than 500,000 a year, much, much less. But Mike, can you?
We budgeted, and for 24, we budgeted just under $5 million in revenues. It was about 4.8 million in total operating expenses. Capital projects, we were only about 1.5 million, and that was low. A couple of projects we decided not to go ahead and do just because of staffing changes, things we weren't ready prepared. But part of that was also, we were going to look at a loan of about $1.1 million for the Coyle water project that we decided, because we didn't have enough information with staffing changes, we didn't go ahead and do. So
Just some groundwork.
So another system we're going to talk about is Bywater, and that's over towards the Shine, and we have 3 wells there. We continue to add customers on this system, but during the summer, we have issued requests to reduce your water consumption, and we can't continue to add customers and then a year later issue warning that, hey, you got to restrict your consumption. So sooner than later, and part of our discussion has to be not only on water, but on power, you have to say no to some customers. And then it becomes a big issue. How can you say no to a customer trying to build a house? Because if we don't serve them in the very near future, they're not going to be able to drill a well. So, we are the utility. That's why not only in power, but in water, the 10-year plan to make sure we can connect customers 10 years from now. Because if we do nothing, we will not be able to connect customers. It's that simple. And this Bywater is a great snapshot of a system that really can't grow anymore. We will bring this up again. I'm reiterating, part of the discussion has to be, at what point do you start telling customers no? Developers, we can tell them, you have to rebuild everything to do a development. On residentials, it's a line extension policy. And so a lot of those things in future meetings have to be discussed.
One other quick point on, since we're on this, and it kind of ties into that a little bit, what you're talking about here. I'm getting more and more customers who are on our systems, customers who are outside of our systems. And we've heard this at meetings and from junior taxing districts about fire hydrants. The responsibility of who pays for that, where does it need to go, where should it go? Do we have enough policy on that? Or is that something the board needs to look at having or augmenting a policy?
We do have some policies that pretty much state, if you request a fire hydrant, you have to pay the cost. Let's say it's a homeowners association. New development, the county can request fire hydrants. They're the ones who do the master planning. I will say this though, a lot of our system, the pipe is too small for a legal hydrant. You have to have a minimum of 6 inch. There's a lot of requirements. And in a lot of places on our older systems, our pipe size is too small.
So I'll repeat the important part of the question. Do we have enough policy or do we need to augment a policy on this particular issue?
So we need new water policies throughout, not only for hydrants, but for new connects, how we move forward. And some of that we'll go over when we look at the 10-year work plan that has to be modified.
Because part of this, I think, plays into fire mitigation. We know where insurance costs are going and our liabilities, utility for fires. I think the hydrant issue could play into those other issues. So that's why I'm asking, putting that forward now to the board, to my fellow board members, is this, how important is this to us? And is this going to be addressed in a very short period of time or not?
So I'm trying to look at what slide. We have a slide in here where we're going to talk about fire mitigation, our tree trimming budget, some of those kind of things, where we'll talk about some of these issues. And because we're on this, I'm going to throw this out. A lot of our system requires us to have pumps working for water to be available for fire hydrants. If we do a public service shutdown on the electrical system, how do you keep your pumps working? There's a lot of things that now that we're looking really heavily into some of these issues, it does affect the water side. It's not just electrical you're shutting off. In some places, if the generator doesn't kick on, for example, in Quilcene, which we installed, fire flow is not available. So a lot goes into your question, and we'll hit some topics, but not all of them. Next slide. Again, this is just kind of rehashing the Quilcene water system. It's a completed project. We still have to come in and do some fencing. There's some security things. It is behind the Forest Service fence, but we have to do additional work. We are looking at some additional water rights. We've worked with the county. They had an old, say 1996 well they drilled. We've looked at that. It takes a lot of time. They had to make sure that if we were pumping out of that, it didn't affect the Little Quill, so a lot of engineering. I'm going to say when they started to pump and how they monitored the Little Quill, there was months and months of engineering that went into this. Then they put a report together to the state, takes months and months. So even to move some of the water around, if we can, it may be a year before we know whether we can or not. And then the state can still come back and say, we're not going to approve that move of water for X reasons. So not only is it costly, it's very time consuming on our water issues.
You mentioned one thing there too, Kevin. I'll ask in general terms for all the projects that are being proposed, site security. How much budget are we going to have to put towards site security so copper doesn't get stolen? People don't get in and are able to get hurt. I mean, where are we at for budgetary purposes for site security in these projects you're proposing?
We're not where we need to be. For example, cameras. If we have fiber, I can put a camera in there and be more secure than we are today. But a lot of our sites, we don't have fiber close yet. So in this year's budget presented to the board, Melanie and Jeff will put together a security safety line item for budgets that they'll start breaking out some of these questions. I don't know where we're going to be at yet, Dan. It's going to be a very large number though, because someone breaks into a substation, they could injure themselves or cause a lot of problems to our customers.
You answered the question. It is going to be a budgetary line item in the new budgets. Thank you.
Next slide. So this is a small map of our Bywater system. and you see the three wells, it has approximately 290 customers on it. We have water rights at each well, but the water rights aren't additive. That means if I pump too much water, you have to add your total pumpage together to get the usage for the PUD. And there are things like that that are in our water rights that we need to really understand. We need to monitor. We need to make sure that we're state compliant. This is going to be a large ticket item for the PUD in the future moving forward. Also, we just added the shine onto the system, but we didn't get any additional water rights. So as we move forward, when we expand and do these LUDs, we're gonna work with others to put together some check sheets, some things that will make us sit down and say, okay, if you take on this system, you need to get these water rights. You need them to pay for these upgrades all the way back to the wells or the pumps. We have not done a good job of that in the past. We've taken over and assumed a lot of the costs on the PUD. Moving forward, and Joel's been instrumental in some of this work that we're doing now to make it right. Moving forward, we have to make sure that the customers coming on pay for what they're getting.
One other quick point on this, you kind of touched on it a little bit there, and that's quote unquote, the provider of last resort. Could you clarify how that rates in regard to us versus the county?
Well,
when it comes to these systems who need help or.
I jump in on this.
Please do.
Because that's a bigger question than just this discussion. So I'd recommend that you hold off on it. Thanks. I mean, technically, the answer is the county is the supplier last resort. But
Thank you.
next slide. I'm gonna let Will talk here. My part of this is where we have a lot of issues with water and power, broadband being built brand new is a blessing. We are going to increase our capital assets. We're doing work. We've talked about that the SCADA system dearly needs, going to allow us to update that. And there's some costs being deferred because of the new broadband being built. So if we have a shining star, this is one of our shining stars. Hard to say that where we are now.
Yeah, I feel like more of a soiled tin badge.
Do we need some polish? Do we need some polish?
That would be great. No, I mean, the exciting part is we're just building nothing but capacity and bandwidth. We're building a system that is going to be 10 years into the future. We even upgraded from what we first planned to what we ended up putting in. We were planning on 1 gig to every home that we build out to. Now it's 10 gigs to every home. We're just so far beyond what people, not what they need today, but what they're used to. People 20 years ago were on dial-up where everything was measured in kilobits per second. So 10 gigs is going to be nothing in 10, 15 years.
Will, do you have a mic over there?
I do not, but this should pick me up.
Okay, all right.
And I'll try to speak a little bit to the audience as well. So we're going to be putting in lots of capacity. We're building out a very fiber-rich construction to all of our rural areas. So it's an amazing opportunity. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It's not quite to the level of rural electrification, but it's the closest thing we've had since that. So we're going to have it out, our network built out to our entire service territory in the next 5 years. And we hope to, within 10 years, get to a place where we can begin offering fiber internet from the PUD or broadband access to every customer that we have.
Could you elaborate on that last statement so people aren't confused when you say build out to our entire system? If you're already served, the unserved versus served, you might, not everybody will be able to get PUD fiber under current law, correct? If someone's already served and
We can build to anyone. We could as a wholesale provider or as a retail provider. Where we put the fiber to has nothing to do with served or unserved. That designation is for our grants, what areas we target with the grant funding to build the fiber to. Legally, we can build to anyone, retail or wholesale.
thanks for that information and distinction. I was under the impression that we could not go everywhere as a retail provider.
And I mean, about 4 months ago, 5 months ago, I'll send it to you again, but I'd written opinion for the commission answering that specific question. And just to be absolutely clear, the law allows the PUD to build and offer retail service throughout its service territory, period. It's not dependent on whether someone's served or not, or capable of being served or not. The law supports that. And from the beginning, I think our intention and policy was to be able to deploy a broadband network throughout the service territory that would be capable of serving retail customers anywhere.
And our priority, of course, has been to get to the unserved customers. That's who's been coming to our meetings and requesting service for so much time, for so long, for long before I joined the PUD. It's exciting right now. We have in the Quilcene, in Quilcene going up towards Chimicum and Gardner, we now have 500 homes with fiber to the outside of their home. Starting next week, we're doing our installations in East Quilcene. We'll have 150 customers by the end of August. Ken, go ahead.
So for the benefit of the public, what's the PUD's investment and how much of the cost of this expansion has been enabled through government funding?
So right now we have $55 million in projects. I think it's 40, and I'll just going to rattle it off. I won't be 100% accurate, but we're at 43 million in grant funding. I think 9 million in loan and the rest in cash match, some of which is in-kind match because we're using like our line crew as our labor. So that ends up that we're paying the line crew anyway, but then we can use that as our contribution to the project. So it's been a fantastic.
And I was going to ask you, Will, you were rattling off some numbers in terms of customers. About roughly how many per week or month are we're running past or connecting?
When we start doing the connections, we're looking at between 40 and 50 customers per week. So right now it's been our contractor, North Sky, is building out all the fiber. They start with the main line and they go to the house. Currently they have splicing contractors. It took them a while to get started. They're moving through very rapidly now. They're just finishing up testing in East Quilcene. And I sent out a notice to customers all the way up to Chimicum and around Quilcene Bay that you can be expecting to have contractors attaching gray boxes to the house. That's the last step before we bring it inside. So we'll be doing that. It's right now we have 4 years of projects lined up. We're going to finish this project around the end of the year. We're going to be moving to Marrowstone and rural Cape George. For next year, we'll be moving to Southeast Jefferson County and Coyle and outside of Ludlow. After that, we'll have another project where we'll pick up little pockets in between. We're even looking at partnering with Clallam County or Clallam PUD to capture some of that area. And then we are also building out to businesses in Port Townsend. So over the next we have 4,000 customers already signed up that can't wait for us to get them service. We don't do a lot of marketing. Mostly it's trying to meet the existing demand. Our capacity issues will be our ability to deliver the service. And we're finally getting to the place where that's going to start happening in volume. Very excited.
Okay.
Next slide. So future proofing, Kevin, do you want me to keep going or you
Yeah.
want to jump in?
Yeah.
Okay. So for future proofing, we're building not quite a future proof network, but a network that's going to be of value and it's going to be, how do I put it? We'll just call it future, it's a future-proof network in the sense that we're already building for capacity that's 10 to 20 years out. And the capacity that we're providing when we talk about 10 gigabits per second to every home, that's only based on the electronic equipment that we have today. The unique thing about fiber optic cable, there is no known limit to the amount of bandwidth it can provide. So all of it is based on how the limitations of the electronic equipment. And in our business plan, we plan for replacing all of that equipment after about between the 10 and 20-year cycle anyway. So we will continue to be able to match those demands and continue to improve the scalability of the network and be able to deliver speeds over time. We have right now, we are going to be able, the cost for us is not how much internet bandwidth we provide each customer. It's more just, it's not that dissimilar from electric. It's just more that it costs us so much to get out to the home to begin with, to build to that home, and then any of the maintenance. For us, the cost of the internet itself to provide the customer is not a limiting factor. It may be in the future, and we're looking at long-term options to have direct connections back to some of the major fiber optic lines that come into Seattle or Portland or come off of the ocean even, so that we can scale up to meet 10 gig to every home, 100 gig to every home, or 100 gig for our backbone to a terabyte. And those are all going to be happening in the next 10 years.
So for some clarification and just to put this in perspective, say you're building roads and you're building a 2-lane road, you know, anticipating growth in 20 years, that road will still handle it. You're saying you're building it now so that it'll handle 6 lanes down the road. I mean, how much expansion will you be able to do with the line that's going in or up now?
The capacity that we're putting in, we could carry an urban area. The hard part is going to be that what we do now is we have we split the fiber. We have a passive optical network rather than a one-to-one, one fiber to one home back to our data center. We split it up 32 ways. So over time, we might have to reduce the number of splits, or we might actually increase the number of splits to be able to reach more customers farther out on the end of the line. Like with electric, farther they are from the data center, the lower the light levels go. So we may have to put in, similar to a regulator, another electronics hut to boost the signal to get folks farther out. The capacity is going to be, we're going to have giant freeways with a couple of cars going across them for a while.
And I know technology changes, but can staff venture a guess on the life expectancy of this fiber? I know that's a subjective question.
I think the fiber is 20 to 30 years. Yeah. And as Kevin was saying, you know, out on the lines, the issue with our electric lines, a tree falls on it, it burns, and then the line breaks. It's what's the stuff called? The bulletproof Kevlar. It's Kevlar coated. It's very strong. The biggest issue we're going to have is, I mean, there are going to be those breaks, and we have crew on staff right now that are available to fix all of those things, and we'll have underground dig-ins. We'll have all of those issues going forward, but we are staffed currently to handle that. Next slide. As I said before, we're at a once in a generation opportunity. We were early and aggressive, thanks to all of your vision to go out and pursue that funding. We've achieved that. We felt like we were the redheaded stepchild and we were lagging behind everybody else with getting our project started. It took certainly longer than we wanted to, but within our group of awardees for NTIA funding, we're doing as well or as better than most of the other awardees. So we're on track, and we're going to continue to be on track as we move into new areas. We've learned so much. It's been It's been quite the project, but we're moving forward and we're gonna continue to take advantage of every funding opportunity we can. Because now is the opportunity. And as I'm talking about, at moving into the served areas with our residential customers, my vision longer term, and it's ultimately for the board to decide, is that I don't want to deprive any of our customers of the opportunity to be connected to this network in the future, once we move out. We already do have fiber from, Fort Warden all the way to the bottom of Quilcene, and soon it'll all go down to the bottom of Coyle out to the end of Marrowstone Island. So within 4 years, we'll have it everywhere, and it's mostly just going to be the fill-in after that and how we fund it. So our network goals long-term, we're hoping to be at 5,000 customers in 5 years, 10,000 in 10 years. We're anticipating $70 million in additional equity for the PUD system. That's our estimate of where we're going to be for total grant funding and total capital expenditure. Mr. Tupper?
Yeah, and this is going to be an off the course question here because it relates to revenues and operation and maintenance expenses, sustainability, that sort of thing. And this might be legal counsel or the general manager may need to field this. On the 70 million in additional equity to the system, how is that going to affect our ability to, because these are predominantly grant funds and we're limited to a 15-year window of having to be able to do things or not do things because it was federal grant money. My question is this: the value of our plant, say it goes from 200 million and we get the equity, it goes to 300 million. Can we borrow against the 300 million, or can we only borrow against the current 200, I'm using rounded numbers, they're not that completely accurate, against a $200 million plant to go after funding for anything, not just broadband, to go after funding for anything? How does it affect our plant value to be able to go after funding?
So it increases our plant value to go out for funding. If before, let's say we were gonna go for a bond and we had the $100 million or $131 million, it's that ratio between what you owe and what you have. $70 million in new equity will allow us to borrow additional funds. So it helps all of our business lines. And it on our balance sheet, and Mike can jump on here, our debt ratio changes based on those numbers. Plant in.
They do change, but also most of our, when we do go out for financing, they don't necessarily look at our plant because we have to do bonds, which are revenue bonds. We pledge our revenues. We don't pledge our assets. So the $70 million in additional equity doesn't really factor into the financing. I mean, yes, they're going to look to see how stable we are, but we are going to do a bond just like we've had to do for the RUS. The rest loan is we actually do revenue bonds. We pledge our revenues, not the assets that we are building. So
thanks for that clarification. So that kind of answers my question on revenues. So
Well,
that's where we pledge, is through our
we
revenue.
pledge to our revenue, but your debt ratio is part of the equation to add to your rates coming in. So it does help us in the long run. RUS looks at a debt ratio.
They do look at the how much we own of our utility. I mean, it does, and it compares us to how others are doing as well. But as far as financing, it's more the revenue side of it.
And RUS is the Rural Utility Services. That's who we borrowed the money to buy the electric originally as a Department of Agriculture federal loan.
And just to be clear, the law prevents us from mortgaging our facilities.
So part of the one of the exciting things about this investment we're making is there's going to be revenue opportunities that we're not quite aware of. With this much fiber, we'll have more opportunities to serve some more commercial customers. Talks with the Navy. There's just going to be more and more opportunities for us to provide, to use that asset, to provide more services, to get more revenues. I just read an article recently, encouraging any new build out to put out these electronic huts with places for co-location. So we're going to be putting one out at virtually every substation that's gonna be attractive to other businesses to use those to co-locate, share facilities. Being a public network, we're committed to sharing this asset, this federally funded asset that we have, and trying to drive as much economic development that we can. So if other businesses start up, and that's the other exciting part about this, is we move out to the rural areas, we make it possible for new rural businesses, for existing businesses to expand, to reduce some of those choke points that have limited economic growth. Smart grid for reliability, that's obvious with a widespread fiber optic network. Again, there's going to be all kinds of innovations that we're going to be seeing that we're not anticipating at this point, and the many that we are, as Kevin said, with the SCADA network. We're going to be at some point in the future where we could even look at having meters that are on fiber optic. We're going to have all kinds of tie-in for smart home control that can help with some of our load shaving we talked about. And with the revenue positive, we've been saying we're going to be revenue positive in 4 years or about 3 years now. But we haven't really hit the start button on the project. This year we've hit the start button. So we expect to be revenue positive within 4 to 5 years and grow from there.
So just make sure I heard that clearly. So for the purposes of the, revenue positive in 5 years, are we basing that on at the end of construction, what we'll have for employees, equipment, manpower, whatever it may be, benefits, everything's going into that number to be revenue positive, or is that on the current snapshot of where we are?
No, that's to be at full capacity and to have built out to those 4,000 customers. Yeah, I think we went over a lot of this. The looping, again, is very similar to the electric system, where as we build out, we're connecting our substations together. We're doing all these interties so that we have more reliability and failover capacity. Long term, diverse network funding. We've got grants, we've got loans, and then our own cash staffing. We're close to fully staffed right now as we are gearing up to go out and do all of those installations. We will have some positions that we add in the future depending on service levels, but we'll be monitoring our business plan and make sure we're working within a positive cash flow situation.
Can I ask Gina a question? How are we, as we get more customers hooked up, how are we doing with the customer interaction part, the customer service part with the broadband folks? Does that seem like it's coming along?
It's coming along. We've had to build the process as we go, but I have an incredible staff and Will's staff that they just work well together. I think we're getting all the kinks ironed out and it's moving as efficiently as it possibly can right now.
Good. Please continue, Will.
Wait and see the next slide. Yeah, it's been a challenge. We've had to do a lot of work with Mike's team, with all the other teams to work together, working with the electric division. So we've had to create a lot of new processes that's resulted in more work. But as we work through it, work out the kinks, things to streamline, we're able to move through more quickly.
Can we go back to the previous slide?
Sure.
A little bit more detail, granularity on the $10 million in loans and the $2 million in PUD funds. That's to date. Those two.
This is more like at the end of when we get to at the end of the BEAD request.
So again, maybe a little breakdown on where we are with BEAD and where we are with the loans. What loans do we have? What loans are we anticipating are going to go into the 10 million?
Yeah, we are looking at, putting together an application for BEAD funding, which is, I believe at this point is 100% grant funding because the state is providing the match.
And the BEAD is another rural expansion
I
money.
can't remember the acronym for it, but it is the NTIA, which is the Federal National I can't remember.
And the state of Washington was given $1.3 billion
Correct.
toward
They're
that program. We're
distributing.
getting we will get some of that money.
We will get some of that money, yes.
But again, the 10 million in loans, is that, how much of that is known right now that we have committed to, like the Port Townsend Fiber downtown, that's 2 million. I mean,
And yep, we have, for the, we just put in for the Public Works Board loan to help with funding for the existing projects. That's a $2 million loan, and I think it's close to $8 million for the reconnect.
because my concern is timing, right? Revenues, as we look at projects, we look at meeting goals, it's going to be about timing. And if we have these, for in particular, the downtown loan we've had for a year and a half, 2 years now, and I don't know what the level of customers are they able to cover the debt load? And will they be able to cover that debt load? As we borrow these monies, how many customers we have generating revenue is going to matter to cover debt.
Yeah.
So there's a timing issue here. And I get that's part of our 5-year net to get to net positive, but I mean, it's going to be some real interesting deadlines that we have to make with actual revenues, in my opinion.
Yeah, the reconnect loan is, we don't actually start paying until we start borrowing. So we're a couple of years before we draw down those funds. We've only drawn down a very small amount from the Port Townsend business loan. We made our first payment last October. It was $700 for the entire year. It's interest only for the first couple of years, and then it's 0.49% interest rate. So we're confident we can cash flow all of these loans. We have not built out to the Port Townsend Business District area as we expected to. The 250 miles and 1,200 plus customers in the Quilcene project has been such a bear that we've kind of pushed everything aside so we can get our legs under us on that project. I think our engineering firm has almost completed the design for the Port Townsend business area, so we should be out to bid for that next year, and that's when we'll start spending down that money and connecting more customers.
My concern is for budget process that we're in right now, honestly, but the staff is, and it's going to have to be completed in the next 2 or 3 months. This is an issue for me for revenues, is where does the money come from? If broadband isn't generating enough revenue, but has a debt service that has to be covered, where does that money come from?
So I'm just going to do a point of order here. I think we're getting into a little back and forth. What I'm hearing staff saying is that we don't have a lot of payments we need to make yet because we haven't drawn that money down. And I'm hearing you, Dan, that you want to get more into it. I'm concerned about keeping us moving here.
Yeah, for more than in all intent and purpose, I want this to make sure staff understands that these are things that I'm looking at as fiduciary responsibility of the board. We'll make sure that they're aware that they're working on that.
And
I don't necessarily need complete in-depth answers, but it's more about making sure they understand, the things I'm going to be looking at budget time as it
Sure.
relates to the projects that we're involved with and the funding that we're going to get and the revenues that we're going to be receiving.
Sure. And I think that's a good heads up as we go into the budget meetings later on to be prepared to talk about how we see that evolving this year and next year, so forth.
Yeah, and we've worked really hard to get as much grant funding and low interest loan funding as we can. And the key to all of this is getting our customers connected, to have the revenue return so that we can cash flow everything. At the projections we have and the customers we have signed up, the challenge now is just getting them online. And we're really starting. And now that we have, we hired our 3 network techs this spring, that's going to be going quickly. They've done a great job. So we appreciate the concern.
So I think we've got one more slide on broadband, then maybe we can take another little 5-minute break is what I'm seeing looking ahead.
We're good.
Yeah, I think that was it.
So are you done with broadband? Okay.
I am.
Is the board done with broadband?
I think
All
we
right.
are.
All right, let's take another little 5-minute break and we'll proceed into the next section. Okay, it is now 11:01. We are coming out of our break and continuing with our presentation.
Okay, we'll jump in. We've looked at a couple issues, problems. Now we're going to start to look at some of our solutions and goals. Again, this is water, power, broadband. Solutions require everyone working together. Our team on staff and the commissioners really have to get in alignment. We have to have a plan that we can all agree to, have to have timeline, have to have a lot of things agreed to in future meetings to make this happen. From the operation side of things, I need to purchase $1 million transformers today for projects we're gonna do 3 years from now. It means we have to agree that in 3 years, our goal is to build that substation or that new line or whatever. So from an operational side of things, it's crucial, partially because of long lead times, partially because the engineering companies that help us are so busy with this type of work right now that we have to get them scheduled. I'm gonna let Mike talk a little bit about the financing. How does it work when we're buying stuff and he has to pay for it 3 years from now?
So we do have to remember if we order today, that in a budget 3 years from now, we have to make sure we include that. But a fine example is we ordered transformers in 2020, I believe it was 2021, Kevin. That
Yep.
just came in, what, last year or this year?
This year.
You know, that almost forgot. You gotta make sure that people don't forget that you have stuff on order. You know, some of it's progress payments throughout as things get accomplished, so they are some, but you have to just keep adding those costs into each budget and account for, okay, when do we think they're gonna be done? Because you can't order, you know, move forward today with a project, forget it, and then 3 years from now, it's not included in a budget. And all of a sudden, it's, hey, we're moving this project forward and we don't have the funds to do it. But it also takes time, as we've seen with some of the RUS loans and stuff. If we're gonna finance some of these things, it takes time to get them in. So we also have to start that process as we're going through. We can't just at the last minute go, oh, wait, we need this, let's do this. So there are those things that we do have to communicate and keep in mind as we're going forward.
So do we have tracking tools in place now, like the dashboards for that specific thing that you're talking about? Figuring out the gap between when we have to order versus when we're going to actually build type of thing? Or is this something that has to still be developed by staff so the board can be kept up, I would say monthly on this? Is this something that you as the finance director, you're going to report on this particular issue monthly to us in some way, shape or form? I mean, what's the process going to look like?
So some of that still has to be planned out, still has to be figured out. Because it is, I mean, I don't know if it would be monthly or at least quarterly kind of updates. Because there may be times where there's no progression being made, you know, especially building a transformer, they could go 6 months before we hear something. You know, that's, you know, probably stretching it, but yeah.
I guess I'm kind of wondering alternately, is this more of like when we get those snapshots on the budget quarterly, when you're able to kind of let us know, here's our cash position, here's the things that rolled over from last year. Here's, oh, we just found out that this one's not going to be ready, so we can push it off. Is it more like that kind of frequency?
Yeah, it would be probably more like that
Okay.
because another example is the Ford Lightning that we bought. You know, we had that one, we ordered that one 2 or 3 years. It took us 2 or 3 years to get it. We did keep adding it to the budget and it just said it was on order. So we were budgeting, we kept that on the budget. So there are those things like that where we.
Okay.
What was, excuse me, was something like a transformer, which is $1 million item. What do they require up front? And how are we actually able to schedule our payments for something like that?
So there's some type of an agreement that is made when you decide to purchase it. We also do a purchase order to the company that we're getting it from, but usually there's, in the sales agreement, there's progress payments that says, okay, at this point, we're 25% done, so you owe 25% of the cost. You know, there's those check-ins that you can say, okay, we're done with this one. The last one we did, I know there's progress payments, and then before final payment, that had to be all tested and everything. There's certain things that you can put in a sales agreement that says we have to verify, they have to notify us, we have to then verify that they're at that point, and we can make that payment. So there are those things that we can use to build into budget.
Okay.
So staff stood up here recently, a very good project tracking tool. Obviously, these projects will probably go on to that list as we determine what they are and when they're going to be. But for the purposes of your financial tracking, do we need another tool also for the public as well as the commission to see what you're talking about here on how the budget's going to be impacted.
I mean, that's something we can talk as staff, figure out what we do need. I mean, it is part of the project saying, hey, here's where we're at. We can add it to the project list of, okay, we bought $1 million transformer. We're 25% into it now. We're 50% into it. Or we can say, okay, add it to that project list of things.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out to staff. Is there things we can do for transparency and, for the board to kind of keep up? If you're not hitting us quarterly, that it's kind of on, it's something we can look at and say, okay, just to refresh my own memory, here's where we are in this project or whatever. So just throwing that out there. If there's something staff can do along those lines.
So with all these projects, HR has a huge obligation to hire new people, staffing. There's a big requirement on the safety side of things. Melanie, do you want to say a few things?
Just a little bit about, on the human resources front, well, we'll go over this a little bit more later in the presentation, but we've talked in length about this hiring more staff and the need to hire more staff to be able to complete these projects. When we're looking at the budget there, there'll be a significant amount in our budget. Mike, do you want to wait to talk about that until the end, or should I touch on that a little bit?
We can do a little bit now and then talk more about that. We are going to do the budget a little bit different with these projects and with the safety under HR and everything.
So, okay, we can touch a little bit more on that. I think just sort of as a initial thought is hiring more staff is essential to complete these projects. So we as leadership team are partnering together to determine what skill sets we need to have on staff. Can we develop our staff to be able to have the skills that we need? So growth and development is huge in this part of it too.
So again, this is where the organizational structure, the organizational chart comes into play. I know we've seen different iterations. I'm hopeful that maybe we'll see something today that kind of starts to outlay that. And I know we can take different paths, so that could get adjusted. But, at this point, to at least know where we are with what we have. Obviously, we've purchased 2 buildings in the last 2 years because we need the staff space and that sort of thing. And those costs will get dispersed budgetarily through the departments, I'm sure, to cover maintenance and the cost of the buildings and those sorts of things. So again, just throwing that out there now, not knowing where we're going necessarily with the rest of the presentation, but it is, again, budget issues, budget related.
And Dan, we will touch on that at the end of the presentation. The chart.
So with any major expansion, and that's really what we're talking about, expanding the PUD, adding infrastructure. It takes a huge commitment from customer service. So Jean.
Customer service, all these changes affect us in multiple ways. Reliability, is someone going to answer the phone when the customers have an issue? Fuel switching, all the green initiatives that are happening in our community. Can our low income customers come with us in that? Can we help them get the heat pump? It really does. It extends to so many different issues. Billing, are we collecting all the revenue that we're supposed to be collecting? Are customers, like I said, able to reach someone when they call? And I said that poorly, but I hope that the message is there at least.
And oh, go ahead.
So I guess kind of elaborate maybe if we can, or get a little more into the weeds on the low income, the proposals we're talking about, the effects they're going to have on revenues, rates, and what's that going to do to low income customers is the obvious question. But are we going to create a circumstance that's going to increase the amount of low income people who are eligible?
Absolutely, we are. We are not at the level that the state says we need to be.
Hmm.
Currently, our low income customers qualify at 150% of poverty level. I don't know what the number is offhand. Do you know what that is, Jennifer?
15,000 for a family of one. By about 6,000 as you add each family member.
The state says that folks that is not low income anymore. Low income is 80% of area median income or 200% of poverty level. And just to put that in perspective, area median income for Jefferson County is $86,000 a year. So more perspective, we are a very well-paying organization. Our employees are well compensated. The $200 energy credit, clean energy credits, those qualify at 80% area median income. My staff qualifies. So if that puts that in perspective for you as to how much growth we are going to see in the low income program, it's huge.
Yeah, and so again, this is another rate impact in a lot, indirectly or directly, depending on how you want to look at it. This is another marker of what's going to happen to the rates, because there aren't a lot of government programs out there right now. This is a one-time that you just mentioned. There's LIHEAP, which covers some electrical during parts of the year, and was LIWAP, and that could come back. I don't know if that one's sunsetted for good or not. Broadband there was a government subsidy of that. I don't know where we're at with that coming back or not. So again, this is going to fall on the ratepayers of the utility to help cover the low income costs. It's going to be reflected in our revenues that we get through our rates to help cover this increase in low income.
It is. Every project that Kevin is talking about that costs money. And the funding we take from rates for that will affect low income customers, and we need to mitigate that. Commerce calls out that we have a $3.2 million excess energy burden in this county. Currently, our low income program we're spending about $500,000 a year on our low income program. So we're going to see that exponentially increase over the next few years.
So Jean, I'm just curious what you just said. Are they implying that we need to have a $3 million low income assistance program?
They're implying yes and no. So that is what the burden is.
Okay.
The definition of energy burden is your income or your energy usage divided by your income.
Okay.
So it is 6% is acceptable. Anything over than that is considered excess energy burden. So yes, we need to come up with $3.2 million for low income, and whether we do that through different programs, rainy day, through long-term solutions such as energy efficiency, weatherization, the more long-term measures we're able to take, the better we will be in the future.
I think it remains to be seen how much of that burden is going to fall on the PUD, because the state is wrangling with a low-income program across the board. And that has yet to be worked out, but that may have significant impact on how much we have to carry in order to meet the demand created by raising the standard, raising the threshold at which people qualify.
Yes, the program that Ken's referring to is going to be much like, well, from what I'm seeing at the commerce level, it will be much like the federal LIHEAP program, but at a state level.
And another compounding factor to this, again, I'm going to bring us back around to early discussion today, and that's if we're going to pursue aggressively conservation, now we have less revenues because people are using less power. So it impacts you there again on what money is going to cover this low income increase. So this is a never ending circle, vicious circle of us chasing our tail on revenues as to how we get the revenues we need to cover our, the things we need to do legally or statutorily, let alone what we want to do for our customers and our community. So,
all right. Well, please keep us apprised as when there's news, and we may hear about it too, at Waputa about dates or deadlines or things that require policy responses. All right, please continue.
So moving forward, almost everything we're talking about today and many things we're not, we have to communicate to our customers in a timely fashion. Will?
Yeah, I'm gonna clone Jameson in the next couple of years. I think the technology is almost there. I think our extra bandwidth will help with that.
Just make sure it's a good twin, not an evil twin.
Not an evil twin. Okay, yeah. No, we've increased our communications a lot over the last 5, 6, 7 years. We're really trying to find more effective ways to communicate with our ratepayers and with our community. The direct education, we've increased a lot. Jameson's doing a tremendous job working with schools, going to community meetings, things like that. We're in an information-rich economy to the point where people are more attuned to tuning information out sometimes than they are taking it in. So it's always a game of trying to figure out how is the best way to reach our customers. And the main thing is just communicating on the regular and communicating in a way that people can understand. We will continue with those efforts. The other side of communication that doesn't get talked about enough is having, and it goes along with transparency, is that making sure that our programs are well thought out enough to be understandable. So that as we communicate internally, that our communications team, the customer service, that all of our folks in the field take back the message of what our customers understand and don't understand, so that we can be presenting information in a way that is effective and create programs that people will understand. That's going to be key to our success. Nothing takes more communication than a poorly articulated plan. We got to work on it.
Okay, next slide. So we're starting to get into some detail here. And this slide is very busy. This was approved in our 10-year work plan, and it is obsolete today. We have to redevelop this plan. We have to reevaluate where our system is. A couple highlights that are key for us to get state funding. It has to be on this document. Not only does it have to be on the document, the dollars have to reflect what it actually costs for us to do some of these projects. Even before Sam left, we knew the dollars were woefully underestimated. So when this was approved, the plan was very simple, pretty straightforward. Today, this whole document, or not the whole document, the whole 10-year work plan, costs and projects has to be reevaluated, has to be brought back to the board, and has to be changed to what we see moving forward. There will be some of the items on here, but they would be reevaluated. They would be talked about in a board meeting where, again, we have to set some priorities, not only in electrical, but water. It's just a review of this whole program. This is where, of all of our disciplines, we need somebody here to help us push forward some of these plans and operational things. So Melanie has put together a plan. We know we need some things. I don't know if you want to wait till we get to the org chart to talk about them a little bit, or.
Let's wait until the org chart.
So we do have suggestions from staff to the board on how to move these things forward, but this is crucial. The 10-year work plan has to be updated and moved in a very positive way for the PUD to succeed in the water world. Next slide. the power work, we're gonna go over the 4-year work plan for power. That plan is a draft plan. It will be brought back to the board in a specific meeting. But this is something we've been working on. One example why the 4-year work plan is so important is if we go to RUS for funding for anything, it's like the 10-year work plan in water. RUS will only fund projects that you have an approved 4-year work plan on. So we are very close to bringing this to the board. The board saw the draft the minute it was sent to us from ICPE. That's our engineering firm. We worked on it last week when I was down there. So we'll go over this. This is how RUS sets out their 4-year work plan. This is how Mike puts things in the budget. This is how the engineering department classifies projects moving forward. They're called 740C codes. These projects are what we're gonna recommend for the board to move forward. For example, we need, if you look at the bottom 204, new feeders at a Chimicum substation. Those new feeders allow us to feed Maristone Island, the Navy, Port Ludlow, and split the load up coming across out of Chimicum Station.
A little more detail on that. I can see you have underground feeders there. This says new feeders. So is this aerial that you're talking about with this particular? Because I've had the question asked, why aren't we undergrounding more?
Yeah, new feeders at a Chimicum substation. It will be an underground feeder. Everything new, everything major out of the stations have to be underground. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we talk about the fire mitigation plan and the safety shutoffs that are required for the electric. If we're underground, we don't have the same restrictions. So it may not talk specifically underground, but all of these new projects are underground.
And as a rule of thumb, is that going to be the plan moving forward? Anything new underground would be the primary way we would look at it?
Correct.
Versus if it's existing, we have to look at the age of the infrastructure and that sort of thing, or well, how's your determination going to be on the existing infrastructure that needs upgraded or changed when it comes to undergrounding?
So we had this debate when we upgraded to the 3-phase going down the fairgrounds. There is some debate that has to happen on, okay, should we go overhead or underground? Part of the discussion is, well, if it's already overhead, it is possible to keep it overhead and just upgrade it. So those are discussions we have to have, Dan. But primarily, we're going to try to put everything underground, especially main feeders out of the substation. It should be a requirement.
Again, I know it's subjective, but the cost of undergrounding versus overhead, undergrounding is usually going to be more. Is that safe to assume? Which will reflect in these projects, the cost of the projects, why they're going to be the cost that they are.
Yeah, undergrounding is 2 to 3 times more than overhead. Easy.
And in this slide, it looks like that bottom right-hand tally might not be correct. It looks like it got copied from the upper one.
2460?
Yeah. let's not
Or
look at it.
2,460,000.
And these are all drafts.
Okay.
I'll take a step back. This presentation, Jameson has been working on. He's done us a great job. But this information, the minute we got it from ICPE, we shipped it over to him. We haven't done the final reviews on this. When it does go to the board, it will be reviewed. But for us to discuss some of these, and really we're looking at the end dollar amounts. What we're trying to get at here is in our 4-year work plan, we have approximately $65 million worth of work. We've identified projects that need to be done. New Chimicum feeders out of Chimicum. We actually started that project 3 years ago. It's been something that we have to do. The 5.7 million is an engineering estimate. And it is something we've applied for a grant for. So, you know, if not, we still have to plan on doing the project. Funding may be a different source, so. The new substation, line 203. This is the project to take the new substation by the mill that we're working on the property. We have to get it out to diversify the load that we have. So that's what these dollars are for, is to build that infrastructure to tie into the new substation. 202, very specific, the Breaker Lane project, that we need a new feeder coming out of that substation. So that's where those dollars are kind of captured. Next slide. We're going down. I'm not going to touch much here. New substations. The 401 is the substation at the paper mill. From staff's point of view, we're going to push that as you know, much needed infrastructure. We're fairly comfortable. The 11.9 million is about what we're going to pay for that substation. And so it is in our 4-year work plan. Again, this has not been approved by the board. It has to be board approved. Would send it to RUS, we'd go through the process, but this is first discussions.
So just a little bit of clarification for the public on that, and for ourselves as well, just a refresher on that. We wheel through BPA lines to the mill. This substation, does it affect the mill in any way, or is this strictly for our grid?
Our grid.
Yeah, so just so we're clarifying that people don't think that we're subsidizing the mill or anything like that, that this is strictly PUD infrastructure. It has nothing to do with the mill itself because they get their power direct from BPA through the BPA line.
Correct. The mill and the PUD lines run in the same corridor. So they are adjacent to, but it has nothing to do with the mill.
Kevin, you're going to be showing us a lot of slides that have a lot of numbers and a lot of cost. One of the things the board has looked at earlier this year was the idea of capacity charges for new connections for water and power. And the board provided staff some direction, asking for some more information. Can you tell us when you think that's going to be coming back to us?
So we have the additional information on like how many new services, all of that. I don't know if it will come back on the August 6th meeting because tentatively we have the accounting review. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, we have our financial audit will be reviewed at 3 o'clock on the 6th.
Okay. Just thinking of an additional revenue source, the sooner we, if we decide we want to pursue that policy and pick a number, the sooner we can start collecting that money to help us with some of these things.
And that is I believe an important part of moving forward. It keeps existing ratepayers a little bit less.
Don't let it totally drop off the radar.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing it up, Commissioner, because again, we have tasked FCS group with our cost of service study and our rate study, and this is a component that they need to have in that equation to get good numbers for us. And, we have to approve our budget on the first Monday in October. So do the math. It can run later for approval, but that's when we normally have our meetings. So this is something that we can't let languish. We need to make a decision, and we need to make a decision fairly soon.
So clarifying question?
If we could or would, commissioners, where do we stand on this substation with approval for a plot on which the design could then?
Sure. It's a larger discussion, but could you just give us a snapshot of where we are in terms of?
We'll actually have a slide talking about where we are. And then Joel can give some very specific information with the legal contract of the county.
Basically, we're trying to acquire the land right now.
Could we just over summarize? And I unfortunately have to leave in 45 minutes.
We have decided where the substation should go. We've agreed to some pricing with the county, depending on how some interlocals go. And the county came back with a counter proposal that Joel Legal Counsel is reviewing to see what changes we need to make. The goal would be to have the property back to the board for approval within 6 weeks.
But again, you know, you're talking about substations. Are we looking at like 4 years for this thing to come online, or 3 years, or? If we,
That's part of the overall discussion. Which stations do we want to bring on first?
Mhm.
And at what point? I believe we're going to be working on 4 substations simultaneously, each on a different timeline and construction date. Part of this is we're going to get a rebuild transformer for Port Ludlow at the end of this year, so we have to do some work there. The new transformer that we bought approximately a year ago will be delivered in October-ish for Quilcene. And then I believe this station needs to be fast-tracked and start purchasing equipment, but equipment's 2 years away.
yeah. So if you have to leave early, the rest of this meeting will be online once it's over and
Understood.
posted, or you can follow up with one of us.
Understood.
And it's not all going to be said and done today. This will continue on. Please continue, Kevin.
Okay, so on 500 is changes to the substation. We know we need to do some existing work in Hastings substation. We have some work in Irondale substation. I'm gonna bring specific attention to 503. We need a spare transformer. If you guys remember, approximately 2 years ago, the transformer in Port Ludlow failed. We had an existing transformer to move in that spot that kept the outage to, less than a day. Without a spare, if we lose a transformer right now, we could be out of power for 3 or 4 days during the winter for that area. And that's tough. We can only move so much load around right now. So a spare transformer has to be in our future. Where and when, to be determined. So those are some things that are in this budget that need to be reviewed. I'm also going to talk about 4 years ago, we bought a transformer. It was roughly $500,000. A year ago, we bought a transformer. It was $1.2 million. And right now we're estimating transformers at $1.7 million. It is the cost of doing business, and it's not going to go down.
And we're not adding customers to generate the revenue to pay for it.
But we have to have the transformer to feed the customers. So there are some items on here, 600 miscellaneous district expense, which would be a new regulator bank at Maristone Island. We showed the curve of where the voltage is going down. This is a very small regulator bank, but it's $150,000. And it's at least 70 weeks out.
And how many
Or 70
customers?
months out.
How many
excuse me.
customers is it basically that one service?
It would hit the backside of Maristone, so 300 customers, very rough numbers. There's 600 rough customers on Maristone, so you cut it in half, it would pick up the voltage for 300. So, those are where we put that type of equipment. Next slide. We have pole replacement. A lot of this stuff is in every year's budget. We do so many pole replacements. It's item, and I can't read from the side. I believe it's 604. A lot of those pole replacements are dictated by the pole testing we're doing. We go in, we test so many poles every year, and as we find failures, we go in and change them out. So that 20 per year may be light. A lot of that's depending on the area we're testing and the amount of poles they find that need to be changed out.
How much is broadband affecting our poles as far as the capacity of the poles to handle more fiber, more things hung on the poles? What's the impact of broadband to the pole replacement?
We are having to change out some poles for broadband, and a lot of that is not because the pole is in bad shape, because if it's in bad shape, we have to pay for it. It's to get the elevation and to put in, let's say, a 5-foot taller pole so the wires don't sag down too far. A lot of that though can be covered by the grant. What we're doing though, if we're doing pole change outs right now, it's part of the matching so that it, you know, we're paying our crews to do it. We're paying for the material, but we're saying, okay, we have a $500,000 match here. This is part of the equation we use to do that. So broadband again is very beneficial to the electric side, down to even some of the tree trimming. It gets capitalized because we're doing a new project in the area, which before we'd had to use that, or we'd had to put it under a maintenance account. So there's real benefits for the PUD right now in fiber.
That diversification of our business, I think, is something that people don't necessarily appreciate as a strength. I think you can just look at it in terms of, oh gosh, we had to add a dozen people and, you know, this added burden, but that ability to improve your infrastructure and have that infrastructure do more than one thing and carry more than one revenue stream, I think is not something you realize until we start seeing it actually in action.
And I'm going through this real quickly. We'll have more in-depth discussion. We are putting a large budgetary item for SCADA. As we put fiber in, we need to update our SCADA. And then we're putting in a little bit for security and street lighting. This isn't security for us or street lighting for us. This is more what we do with the public. So
Kevin, was the SCADA captured in the 10-year water plan for the water side of things, or does it all go through the electric side for telemetry and SCADA? On the for water.
So on water, we're looking at a whole new SCADA upgrade for water also. Part of that is to help capture, like at the well houses, we want to capture the meter readings instantaneously and bringing it back. Right now, we're not doing that. We want it to actually come back and go into Gene's billing system so that those meters aren't manually written down and then go to somebody else who's putting in the computer. So
there is a line item in the 10-year or the water budget?
Not near enough to do what we need to do for the water budget. And that's one of the changes we'll make in the water 10-year plan. Next slide. Really here in Port Townsend, the transmission poles have insulators that they're not big enough. The voltage that they see is higher phase to phase than what they're rated at. They've been there since we purchased them. And what happens is we get a wet fog coming in and they start tracking. And by that, you can hear them crackling around the hospital, different areas. So we are putting some monies in this year or in the next 4-year work plan to change out some of these insulators. Occasionally we'll go out, they'll track enough that we'll have a crew go out. Usually it's at night because of complaints, and then we'll change the insulator out. This will allow us to proactively start changing some of those insulators through that stretch. With that, the last thing is 1,200, we had communications. You know, there's no dollars there, but that number will probably change. We do know we need to do a few things in our yard. 1,300 is the headquarter facilities. We've talked about this in the past, that our below ground fuel tanks need to be replaced. The pumps need to be replaced. So we have some dollars in that. We've thrown it to 2026. That may have to come back to 2025. But that'll be a discussion we have with the board and why we need to. A lot of people have gone away from underground fuel tanks. There's, we're not seeing any leaks. We don't have any issues yet. Sooner or later, we have to fix that. And so that becomes, board discussion. And not only for environmental reasons, but they're just not, the pumps aren't working anymore. It's old, needs to be replaced.
So a little further out planning on that particular instance, we've purchased several properties along here. I don't know what our footprint of this site is going to look like. Is that something that staff is looking at, is moving the fueling to a different area? I mean, how are we going to utilize the assets that we purchased adjacent to this facility is the first question, I guess. And then
So-
Peterson Lake is another asset that we have as well, that what do we plan on doing out there?
So we've looked at a couple different sites for fuel tanks. As you know, we swapped the county for the property right behind us. If we put the above ground fuel tanks over there, it may be a good solution for us. We don't know that yet, but that is one place where the acquired property straight back of the existing fuel tanks, that's where the above ground tank would sit. It would look similar to what they have over at the transit, that above ground tank, and we'd have a couple pumps there.
And again, other assets that we could utilize, Peterson Lake is another one I've had questions about how we're going to utilize, and we've heard it in open meetings, people with concerns there. How does that fit into our long-term planning for water and power in particular? Is there any correlation now or?
Well, Peterson Lake is a little bit different. Again, without going too much in detail, we've talked to Joel about possibly using it as storage at the lake itself. We're not sure what the state would allow us to do. There's some resources there at Peterson Lake for the water side that could be very beneficial. A lot of the things we go to on water is, okay, if you don't get the snowfall in the winter, but you get rain in the fall, storage becomes huge for water. And maybe that's something we can do at Peterson Lake. Again, the long process involving the legal team to make all of those things, even if they're viable, we don't know.
Yeah, and my reason for that is just to determine whether our assets are a liability or a positive. If it helps us to get, and we have to spend money there, and maybe it doesn't return us money in that sense. But if it gives us the ability with Department of Ecology to gain in other areas, then it becomes a positive for us.
We
in
think
other
this
ways.
has a good positive impact if we can use it for storage and some stuff like that.
What's the current value that it adds to the PUD?
So it was purchased because we protect that water source. It's an open water aquifer. It does get down into the wells, the water that everyone uses in Jefferson County. So the purpose it was purchased for is to maintain that watershed, and we have done that. So, and we'll continue to make sure, nothing happens to that water. Where we're looking to add benefit is in storage, and we can catch some of the rainwater, maybe do some work there to use that as basically a holding tank. But a lot has to happen on the legal side if we can even do that or not.
Because we're a groundwater source, then you're saying that maybe Ecology would look at that as giving us some leeway or positives that we're recharging our own wells maybe. I mean, can you take it just a little bit further? I don't want to take up a bunch of time on it, but just a little more flavor if you could.
I can't. These are options we're looking at. There's a lot that would have to be approved. We're not sure Ecology or the state will allow us to do it, but it is a benefit we see of that property that, if they will allow us to catch additional water, it would be a good resource for the PUD.
A question back here.
Sure.
Yeah, we border that property out there at Eagle Mount. And anybody that would own that land would have to follow the same rules as you or anybody else as far as taking care of that water, that lake. They'd all have to follow the same guidelines. I don't understand why PUD needs to own 200 acres of land out there. I mean, it seems to me like you might be better off to sell that and use those funds for some of the other pieces of property that you do need, rather than to borrow all that money.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Next slide.
Oh,
Well, and I can respond. I'm not sure if we did
Okay.
sell.
Yeah, well, what the purpose of this meeting is informational. It's not to get into and make a decision on Peterson Lake, just, so you know, thank you for your thoughts. I don't know if you want to share any more thoughts.
Yeah, I do think the PUD as a public agency has a better track record of keeping the water and the land as to help the benefit of the community versus a developer who would buy it and maybe do it something else.
And just so you
don't
know, and just so you know, that we are having some issues with Peterson Lake, some real estate we have there, the houses. I'm actually have an appointment to go out. The renter invited me to come out tomorrow. So we're gonna be learning more about that. It will be on future agendas, but what you're bringing up is kind of a long-term big question, is what is our long-term interest in owning? So thank you. We got it. Got your message.
Looking ahead, we have to be the ability to adapt. And anytime you put a 10-year work plan together, things happen, growth comes over here, growth goes over there. What we have to do is the board and staff, once we put the plans together, we have to move forward. We have to assign people accountabilities. We have to assign people to champion these projects. But more importantly, we have to complete the projects when we say we're going to. Now, not saying we can't move some stuff around but with this amount of money, the lead times we're talking, the engineering that's required, we really do, within a couple months, have to have a plan that we can all move forward with. And as financing becomes available, as we have to be very aggressive on grants, all of this kind of stuff, we do have to move forward quickly. We have to think outside the box. We have to work together to make this happen.
Okay.
We're going to look at some very specific projects. What time?
So I'm just gonna do a time check here. It feels like we're transitioning again.
We are
I'm wondering
transitioning
if we should use this as the lunch break, and what were your thoughts on lunch? And then I want to check in with the commissioners on their thoughts.
I think we're just all gonna do our own thing for lunch.
Okay.
And I do think this slide takes a little bit of time.
Yeah. Commissioners, what were your ideas for
So how
lunch?
much I have been thinking about lunch. How much time?
I think we need to give everybody almost an hour to go get something and back, and then we would regroup at what time?
Well, looking at the conversations we've had and assuming the second half goes, well, we have enough time if we do an
Yeah.
hour.
What do we need? I brought.
I get half an hour is plenty for me.
You need half an hour. What do you need, Ken?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. Okay. Well, let's stop now and
Okay.
reconvene at
30, 40 minutes, do it at.
so it'd be like 12:35. Is that 10?
Oh,
That's 45.
Turn my phone off.
Maybe 12:40.
12:40? Okay. So let's take a break and we'll reconvene at 12:40. So stay here.
Here we go.
Good afternoon. It is 12:40 and we are continuing our special meeting of the Jefferson Public Utility District Board of Commissioners. Kevin.
Okay, so on the power side, we have 5 substations that either need to be additional bays put in or brand new substations. Quilcene substation has like a 5 MVA transformer there, needs to be upgraded. Port Ludlow
Needs to reshare.
has the new transformer because the old one failed. We have to have the second bay ready, so when the new transformer comes in, that we can continue on with the construction of the new bay in Port Ludlow. Chimicum substation, we're
Kevin,
looking,
just to be clear, when you talk about the new transformer, you're talking about the rebuilt
a
one?
rebuilt one, yes. Wilson gets a new one that should be here in March. Port Ludlow gets the rebuilt one that should be here, or not, excuse me, Quilcene is October.
I think you said
And
October.
it is October, and the Port Ludlow will be maybe a month after that because of some delays.
And Kevin, you talked about the spare will one of those be a spare, or these are going right online and we don't have a spare?
These are going right online and we won't have they won't be right online because we need to do some work in both stations, but quickly they will be online. And that's part of the setting priority goals from this meeting is which do we concentrate on first and how.
And the existings will go to refurbishment, or what's the plan there?
So the only existing one is too small, so it will just we'll get some scrap for it, but we'll just sell it. Because doesn't fit anywhere on our system really. It's listed here as a Port Townsend substation, but that's the one by the mill. It does need to be named because we're not going to call it the Port Townsend substation. And then Dana Roberts, well, we need to do some capacity there and make room for some batteries. If we go through with our hydro project, we need to throw some batteries in there, so. Next slide.
One quick question on that project. I'm sure we'll have to engineer for it, but the batteries don't necessarily have to go in to the initial construction, do they? That's something that could be added later. Because again, I'm kind of curious as to what the schedule for the electric ferry would be. It was part of the reasoning for this substation, correct?
Well, yes, it is primarily for the ferry, but it also gives the community some backup power if there were some kind of emergency where we could, maybe pack the hospital through some times or the, operation center, something like that.
So I guess what I'm asking is, we had to shave something down or put something out further. Is it fair to say the battery component of this substation could be, I'm not gonna use the word afterthought, but something further down the road than necessarily right up front purchase and that? I realize there's the lag time of ordering versus receiving and that all that plays into it, but is that someplace we could look to shaving down the scope of the entire capital build out we're looking at?
I don't know, because I do believe that project, if we manage it right, is ripe for a grant through the federal government. And if we get the grant, then we would move forward on that. And that's some of the things we'll talk about here in a few minutes is really, we have to jump on some of these opportunities while we have them, similar to broadband. But the batteries and the hydro project may be one of those we spend some time up front trying to get financing. So then it goes higher up on our list, because if we get the monies, then we can use that to do this project.
I guess the other thing I'm interested in with the battery project, especially, when we can get outside funding to pay for these things, I think that's really helpful, but it could potentially give us some experience with designing a microgrid or utilizing a microgrid and experience that we could utilize in other parts of the county.
All that battery system is microgrid.
Yep.
So it would give us a lot of experience and a lot of know-how that would be beneficial.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be looking at it and trying to utilize that for funding. I'm just saying, is that one of the first places we might conceivably look as a contingency if we can't meet those grant possibilities or whatever, that is one of the first places we would look at trying to trim down the overall capital cost over this next 10 years. Or spreading it out, more backloading than front loading.
So I've mentioned Jameson has put this slide show together, has done an awesome job. These are some of the videos he put together. Real shout out, Jameson, great job. We're gonna go through some presentations that, for PUDR size, he's just done a great job for us. So go ahead and start, Jameson. This is the existing Quilcene substation. We need to completely rebuild the substation. Right now, the arrow's to a 5 megawatt transformer. Can you stop?
In the upper left corner, that is the hub or the hut, the hut that Will was talking about earlier. Is that the fiber hut or is that a
That's a
generator? What is that?
fiber hut with a generator.
And so we would expect to see one of those at all of our substations moving forward. And what's the plan there for broadband huts versus being located at substations?
You want me to answer?
Sure.
They'll be at the majority. We have Discovery Bay is small, and you'll see plans where we may even replace it going down the line. So we'll have a network cabinet there as well. We actually have one out here, which is technically Irondale substation. We don't have one for Dana Roberts, but we will have one Hastings.
So then the huts would be separate from the what we're seeing here, or would they be included in the cost of these other substations? How does that mesh together?
The cost I'm giving you is for the electrical division only, nothing else. So go ahead and start, Jameson. And this one's a little more detailed. The other slides are a little less detailed, but that showed you the transformer. Right there is where the 2 outgoing feeders are. Every station we have has either 2, 3, or 4 outgoing feeders. In this case, we have had some problems with the underground cables from these feeders going out. This station is just too small and it's too old. It needs to be revamped. Not to say the next piece that comes up is the regulators, I believe. We can reuse those. Those may be regulators because they're sized to the 5 MVA. We're looking at if we could reuse them, say at Marrowstone Island, where we could put the bigger ones here for the bigger transformers, repurpose those regulators. We do think we'll find a spot, so we won't salvage those, we will repurpose them.
So that sounds good. You can cannibalize this one and utilize the parts in other places. So I guess overall, when we start to look through this, how much of what's going to happen at this particular station is for the betterment of the whole grid versus the growth that may occur in that vicinity?
So this substation, because of the 5 MVA, it is closer to the Coyle Peninsula that ideally we would feed the Coyle Peninsula from this substation. But because the transformer is so small, I don't have the capacity to feed the Coyle transformer. So that's actually fed out of Chimicum. That puts more load on Chimicum, which means the voltage is less, all of the things we've talked about. So once we put the bigger transformer in here, we will reconfigure our whole system to account for the new capacity at this transformer, and it will help everybody all the way to Marrowstone Island. So at substations, you fix or add capacity at one site. It really does cascade. It allows you to do switching. Before, if we couldn't switch very far towards Chimicum substation, now we will be able to, that kind of thing.
Kevin, I just thought of something when you're talking about this thing being too small. Have we looked at, so we've got this proposed 5 megawatt micro hydro project on the City Mill water line. Have we looked at what additional electrical equipment will be required for that, or will we just locate that someplace so it will fit into our other plans?
So we have looked at that, and this transformers was discussed a little bit. Could we repurpose it?
Mhm.
Probably not.
Okay.
It it would have to be rewound. It's really the wrong voltage for what we're trying to do on the smaller hydro facilities.
Okay.
It was kicked around a little bit, Jeff, but it just doesn't fit in the overall plan.
Okay, so I guess separate from that, is that micro hydro, if it goes forward, is it gonna be requiring additional infrastructure beyond what you're talking about, or will it be able to fit in with the kind of system you're talking about?
It will fit into our system real easy,
Okay,
very
Thank you.
easily. We would do 2 bays and they would be 20 MVA transformers similar to like our others. The switches, breakers, all of the stuff on the high side, all of this would have to be wrecked out and not used at all. The aluminum bus, you just have to chop it up. By the time you weld it together in today's world, you can't reuse it. The steel towers, we may look at something, but even those become harder to use because they're so specific to a specific thing. Where the red line is being drawn right now, that would be the expansion. We would actually build a brand new bay there while the existing bay was still energized. That way, we're not having to work in a live sub. You know, it gives the construction crews a better abilities to drill, to build the piers, you know, that kind of stuff. One thing we are talking about is if truly the new transformer comes in, we would take the old transformer out, set the new transformer in. It would give us more capacity at that time. And then when we made the new bay, it would take a little bit of an outage to disconnect from the old bus, move it over to the new site. But that'll be part of the construction plan if we can get the new transformer in.
Okay, and I realize, Kevin, this is helpful. I mean, I've never really understood what a bay was. Now I'm kind of getting it. I'm thinking of it, it's almost like set of cylinders in an engine. It's like you can have an inline 4. Oh, you can have a V8. It's like increasing the capacity, but you have to have the same kind of systems for each one. So I appreciate you going through the nuts and bolts of each substation. When are you gonna kind of talk about the choices we have in the priority of them and the recommendations you have? Is that going to be kind of at the end?
At the end, for example, the red box is the new bay we're proposing. Right now, the costs are about 9.8 million. We are going to talk a little bit budgetary. If this was our only substation, we'd just do it. But it is one of 5 that we really need to do. So.
And we have a total of 7? What's our total?
We have 7 substations right now.
5 need augmentation.
Yes.
One and one new.
One new. For augmented. So to answer your question, Jeff, we can start discussing priorities right now if that's the board's wish, because this one to staff, to me, is very limited because it's the 5 MVA. This one really needs to be upgraded sooner than later. So we've put a priority on this one. 2 years ago, we brought the transformer, so this one's more in line than some of the others. Definitely though, through discussions, we could say, maybe we take the transformer out, the small one, put the bigger one in, do some hocus pocus on the regulators and some things. And maybe that could get us by a year or 2. Definitely though, have to do some modifications in the station to make all of that work. Is it better to save your money for later or to spend a little bit more and kind of do two projects?
Okay, and I guess from my perspective, it would be helpful kind of with each one to say, here's where we are, here's what's already in motion. You know, we've already ordered the transformer, decided this one's too small. Kind of, and then kind of the minimum and maximum, the minimum we could do is this, the maximum we could do is this, and here's kind of the difference in the benefits that we get as a utility for, you know, these investments.
If I understood you correctly, virtually all of the existing substation is obsolete.
Correct. So again, I agree kind of with what Jeff asked or said there about getting a flavor for the prioritization of it all. But I see this still being for us to prioritize this, even getting the information we're going to get today and probably at the next meeting regarding this. It still comes down to how we're going to pay for this, what the financing, funding, grants will be, but ultimately what the impact to rates are going to be. And I think until we get the rate study, cost of service study back, that I don't feel comfortable prioritizing, or at least anything major than what we've already got, you know, in the pipeline here, because it may determine if we have to raise rates to meet cost of service now, that's going to impact, you know, borrowing more money, what that impact's going to be on rates. So it's kind of the chicken and the egg. I think we got to be a little bit guarded here about how far over the skis we get with prioritization in the next couple
And
months.
before you respond, Kevin, I just want to throw in, I guess the way I think of this, it's like, for me, like knowledge comes in layers. It's like we're getting a layer of information and then, you know, we give you a certain amount of feedback. And as we go through the budgeting, we're going to get more information. The rate study is going to be another layer of information. It seems like rarely do we say, go, you know, usually it's like this course adjustment that, you know, that we're making over time too, but go ahead and
Well,
respond.
and to me, it's less chicken or egg. It's more of for us to build rates, for you all to approve rates. You need to know what capital projects we're going to do, because that's what, if we don't do any capital work, our existing rates work. It's with the new capital projects that we have to look at rates. So
If we
you,
don't do any capital projects, we're going to have difficulty serving
in
our
5
customers.
years, we're browning out all over the,
Yeah. Yeah.
the work area. Can you go back to the red line one, Jameson? So, and I'll just, so option wise, if this transformer comes in early, we could say, okay, let's move it down to this bay. We would have to redo the regulators, the transformers here, the regulators. So we could do a lot of work and hold off, I'm gonna say half the cost. And these are rough numbers. If it's 10 million to build this, we could probably upgrade this short term for less than 5. And that's something, when we got the delivery date, I was in Utah and we did spend a little bit of time with the engineers. Is it worth bringing the transformer in, setting it? To do the additional capacity, I got to change out my regulators, but you know, maybe we could do something like that. So that is an option. I don't know. We'll probably give both options at a later meeting, but you could potentially save some money. Long-term, we need 2 transformers versus just one for redundancy. So if something goes wrong. So any of the engineering, all the things that we're talking about doing, we're not losing any money. We would just, those dollars would be saved when we go ahead and finish the build later on. So this one, we do have some options.
I guess one more option, and this kind of reminds me back in, it was like 97 or 99 or something, PSE redid the Dana Roberts substation. They had, the old one is where the grass is now, and they built a brand new one, then decommissioned the old stuff. Would there be an option of building a new bay and just keeping the old one for additional capacity, or do the two even work together at all because they're different?
So, and now I'm getting in the weeds.
Okay,
How the bus work on the old station is built, I have to wreck it out. I can't intertie the two stations the way they are. So I have to wreck out the front side. We know the transformer's too small, so I have to build the bigger pad. The regulators are way too small. I have to do something there. And the outgoing feeder's only 2 bays and the cable are failing now.
okay. Sounds like it's an oddball that you can't really work with.
We can't.
Yeah.
But it isn't because we didn't take that into account.
Yeah, okay,
So
thank you. Any more questions on this one? All right.
And
Got the details.
the other stations, we're not gonna go through like a transformer regulator. These are just overviews of the station. What we have there now, that's the new station in Bay One, or the new transformer in Bay One.
And sorry to interrupt, but by giving us some information, you've made us dangerous. So is this the one where it was like doubled the capacity during the winter days? So it was like,
No,
oh, this isn't it.
this one it's a 20 MVA transformer, and I believe this one we peaked at 22. So
Okay.
it was above the name rated. But because of its where we are at sea level, the temperature was cool. We were well within the tolerance of
Okay,
every substation we have, except one, is overloaded during peak.
okay, so this is the breaker lane.
This is the breaker lane,
Beaver Valley. Okay.
and our proposal is to feed breaker lane going up the hill over and come across, state land.
Okay,
So we would leave this bay in and energized. We would kind of move over a little bit and put the new bay in. When you have two transformers together, you match them so that they can run in unison, and you get the same capacity out of both transformers.
And the rebuild that's coming back was the one that came out of here, goes on that other pad, is that?
It came off that other pad, but in the new drawings, this pad actually gets scooshed over a little bit.
But the rebuild is,
Yep, the rebuild was
Going in
set here in Bay Two. We do have to do some expansion of the station. There's new rules. You can't set the transformers close together like that anymore. There's some clearance issues in the bus. And this distribution bus, we have some issues, so we are looking at changing the drainage, again, because we're moving down a ways. And it's surprising, this drainage, there's water in it almost.
yeah, there's a
always.
spring and a little creek off to the far right there on the other landowner's property. But again, we logged this with the intention of being able to expand the substation and run the lines over towards breaker lane. So that's why this piece was logged, and one of the reasons why it was logged.
That, and if you know that close to the fence, we're getting a lot of debris coming over from the trees into the substation. So this is the substation. It kind of shows the expansion. You can see where this bay, and I'm gonna point this out. There's an oil containment pad. That oil containment, is required now for environmental protection. It keeps any of the oil, if the transformer leaks, it catches the oil. It doesn't allow it to get outside of that containment. So things we're doing that we don't talk about a lot, even the old bay, we would put a new containment around it as we're building. So we would bring a lot of the equipment up to par with today's standards. If you notice, the second bay too, to get our proper clearances, we redid the second bay. Not that we would, really what we're gonna do is build this bay. These are future projects, but it is something that has to be all engineered together so that the pieces fit when we get set and done.
Could you touch on one more time where this Port Ludlow that this feeds, how close it is to load on a consistent basis?
So on substations, we work at a little bit different. Substations, we pretty much just look at peak load. And at peak load, it's a 20 MVA. We're at 22 MVA. I'd be comfortable running it to 24 short term. Others may not be as comfortable at 24 as
I'm
I
looking
am,
at
but-
timing of projects. How critical is the load in the area that this feeds on a year-round basis, not on the peak, of really being right there to where it makes this more of a priority maybe than something else?
So again, this station has to cover 100% of the peak 1 day a year. So that's what it's designed for. In 5 years or less, I will not be able to do that. So this project has to happen within a 5-year time frame, or additional feeders have to be coming out of maybe Chimicum substation. And that's one of the options we're gonna talk about later on.
And getting ahead again, what would the price tag on that option be 5 years from now, let alone right now?
So, and then this is my example, a transformer 4 years ago was $500,000. Transformer a year ago was 1.2. Last month it was 1.7. I don't know, Dan.
But to run the feeders in the line, would the existing lines have the capacity to take that load, or would you have to put more poles or more lines? I mean, what would that look like to bring it out of Chimicum, say?
So to take it out of Chimicum, I'm going by memory, is 5.7 million. But that's in a grant from the Navy that Will's applied for. So if we could build that, we could take some of the capacity from the substation. Now you're starting to work with distances and how long does it buy you? Again, from my recommendation and staff, we're gonna push hard for this one because we've had problems in the past here. We know we're at, it's just at the max.
Because it's about 6 miles from Chimicum to this between the two, on the roads, not direct. Well, it's pretty much a direct line though. So it's about 6 miles.
And this one, I don't have many switching capabilities. Today I can't switch everything to Chimicum and pack all the load. I have to turn off approximately 1,000 customers. And so that's why the second bay here, to me, and we'll get into outage information, we'll get into loading and what we can switch, but even during the summer now, there's times I cannot pick up the whole load out of Chimicum. So Chimicum substation, it's the newest substation from PSE. There's a lot of capability here and it gives me a lot of infrastructure already built for Bay 2. So that the new transformers, some of the new outgoing feeders, we can do more economically. More economically is about $6 million though, so it's still fairly expensive. This is part of to go around with the underground feeder is 5.7 million. I believe the transformer ended up being the infrastructure inside was about 5.7 million. It came in a little over $11.5 million to add this little piece in here. It'll pop up in a minute. You can see what we're going to be adding. But you can see the existing infrastructure. This is a more economical site to develop than some of our other sites.
And you just had Naval Magazine language popping up in there. So is this another one potentially we could get some outside funding for?
So we've applied for 11.
For the full cost of the construction, yeah. We'll find out next week if we made the first round of grants.
Wow. And what grant pool is this for? What is this? Funding opportunity? DFAX? Something?
DECA, defense.
Okay, nobody knows. So You can make it up and
Sorry, I've got.
there's so many coming, we can't keep track of them.
Acronym freeze up.
So, and this is where I am gonna point out how important it is for us to be involved. Because, yeah, part of the push for the grant and everything is because when we were back in Washington DC, the Navy met with us and says, hey, you gotta apply for this. They pressured some of the local people to help us with the grant. So really, everything we're talking about does require us to, every chance we get, interface with the Navy and the congressmen and women and just really try to take advantage of the opportunities that are there. Because if we don't, we won't get anything.
So if we find out about the grant that Will just referenced, are we due to go back to DC in a timely fashion after that knowledge, one way or the other? What's the plan there for what you just talked about?
So regardless whether we get this or not, it's very important for us to go back to Washington DC and sit down with the Secretary of the Navy and try to get some of our projects put in his budget so that it becomes more of an appropriation than a grant. Takes a lot of work, a lot of time, away. It takes the commissioners, staff to go and really make a push for these things. But honestly, these kind of projects, the money's there. We can get them if we spend the time. And it's not only meeting with the Navy, Cantwell's office, Murray's office, you're there, you hit 4 or 5 things, you come back home. You may not be successful trip one, but I do think based on the available monies that the Navy will fund part of our project. So, and the timing is soon. Every day, every month we wait is an opportunity that someone else is knocking on their door saying they need the same money. And I will say other PUDs have been successful getting funding. Mason 3, Mason 1, Ferry, Jefferson County, the sewer district, they stayed at it. They got a lot of the federal funding. So, you're good. The red shows the kind of the new bay, the intertie between the two. We won't spend much time on that, but we have spent months with our engineering firm going over these drawings, and we can bring them to detail in a regular meeting. Again, this one sets high on the priority list because the funding opportunities is very high.
Okay.
Yep, this feels like a substation to me, all right. Where I'm standing is the future site of Jefferson PUD's Port Townsend substation. I call it the Port Townsend substation because it technically hasn't even been named yet. Now, what it is approximately 5 acres of land spread across 2 parcels. Now, the PUD is working with Jefferson County to acquire this space due to its proximity to the transmission lines you see behind me. These transmission lines are feeding Port Townsend and the paper mill. So, why here? Beyond the proximity to a 115,000 volt transmission corridor, this site is properly placed to support the load between existing Hastings substation and Dana Roberts. A substation here also relieves load, especially during peak times, and that can help extend the lifespan of sensitive equipment. So, what is the estimated price tag? $10 million. For that, we get a fully engineered site with 20 megawatt transformer, regulators, disconnects, and feeders, plus a second bay for future growth potential. Our infrastructure is aging. In fact, many of our transformers that we rely on to operate 24/7, 365, they date back to the mid-1960s. Adding a substation right here in Port Townsend helps us better handle current and future capacity due to growth and peak loads caused by harsh weather.
Jameson?
Yeah, cool. This substation is key.
And I guess if you could explain too, we brought up the Navy a couple times, we brought up Marrowstone Island a couple of times. I'm getting a little confused on which ones, you know, the batteries we've said are part of that funding request. How are these things all related? Are they all part of it or?
So for the Navy part, I'll carve them out. The Navy, the opportunity that we found was to build out a Chimicum substation to Marrowstone Island and Navy, that project. That was grant ready. We had the engineering partially done based on some past work, where Will then took that and applied for a grant for the Navy.
Okay.
The Navy also is supportive of some of these other projects, this project, the hydro project, and some of the others. So they're involved in multiple phases of our funding source.
Okay.
So that's why we'll talk about the Navy, but at multiple sites. It's not just one.
Okay.
To me, this substation really needs to take on a priority. With the capacity we have in Port Townsend, and the work we're gonna do, we really reached our max at what we can do at Port Townsend. So I can get by several years the way it is, move some load around. But without either this station or some major upgrades at Dana Roberts, I can't keep the load going. We are gonna propose a new bay at Dana Roberts, but that doesn't help as much as this substation does to get the load out. For example, Cape George, Cook Avenue, some of the places we've had problems. If I take it all out of Dana Roberts, my feeders aren't capable of feeding them. So this station does address things quicker than say Dana Roberts. So what we think is we should be working on this station. If we recall back to our 4-year work plan, we would purchase a new transformer, call it a spare, but tentatively put it at this location. So that when it came in, if we were far enough along on design build, we would just put it right here. This station does require a lot of work. We would have to log, have to do a lot of land leveling. It's kind of rough back in there. But based on how our feeders are, for relatively small dollars, we can tie into existing infrastructures. For example, the hospital. The hospital is adding 3,000 amps to the new wing they're building. We already know we're peaking out of Hastings above where we should. You add another megawatt and a half, we're cooked.
Yeah.
So with this substation and the location of the hospital, in our preliminary designs, this would feed the hospital. It would take it off of Hastings, which eliminates the load there and gives us some capabilities immediately off it here. But the hospital is going to be online within a year.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to address some of the loading issues sooner than we could get this station built.
So another question related to that than what you just said. If we were not to station this new transformer on this site and put it somewhere else, and then we decided we need to move it there, that'd be 2 picks and a move. Chance of damaging something in the process is always there. What would a cost for the 2 extra picks and the move be?
So I'm going back, when Southern Nevada started to boom, I was working at Overton Power. We had small, medium and large transformers. We moved them every 6 months because of growth. So as long as you're doing it correctly, it'll cost you maybe $10,000 a move, but you're not going to damage anything. You know, they're built to be moved around by truck, you know, that kind of stuff. So it is costly and but let's say we buy that spare transformer. It's designated here, but we could short-term put it in Dana Roberts, add some equipment there and then carry the new hospital load. And if the electric ferry doesn't come in, we won't need it here. We could move it then back to this site. So again, the discussions are multifaceted.
Sounds like it's like when a transformer has shown up, it's always good news and we always have a place for it. And,
Yes.
and it takes a lot longer to get than we figure. So it almost feels like when we, as soon as we receive one transformer, we need to order another one. It's kind of how it's feeling.
Yes, we do.
Well, that's the pitfalls of 60-year-old infrastructure.
Yeah. Okay, I guess the other thing it feels like too is this January event we had. And the Breaker Lane stuff was kind of already going on. It just feels like we've got some yellow warning lights going off and it takes us a while to upgrade and improve infrastructure. And we've been doing electrical for now 11 years. And I'm kind of wondering, okay, how far will all this get us? I'm wondering a part of, but then also thinking this really needed to start about 10 years ago. So we're just going to be in this, I think, challenging situation for a while. And as you say, we can't delay making the decisions to start working because it's just going to take a while. And we already have kind of a little mini emergency occurring.
We have challenges and decisions have to be made. And 20 years ago is easier. Material was much easier to come by. Right now, the lead times, they hurt us. But so does some of the staffing, not necessarily ours, but to get engineering firms to agree to do the drawings in a timely fashion are rare. It's difficult to get the expertise to put some of this together. So,
Okay. Questions? Are we good to keep going?
so we talked a little bit about Dana Roberts. This plays into, okay, maybe we do something here quicker because it will be quicker to build here than somewhere else possibly. Now, the new Bay 2, and I'm going to throw this out there. We have our Discovery Base substation. It is the only transformer that doesn't peak past nameplate because we have a 20 MVA there and we peak about 4. So in one of the scenarios, we put the 5 from Quilcene in that substation. We bring the 20 from there to here and build this bay out, which immediately, not the battery storage, but the bay out, which would immediately give us some capabilities for the hospital and some new load in the Port Townsend area. And that may be a recommendation we come back with. We're looking at the options.
How long is it going to take the engineering or whatever it is for you to gather the information to know whether that's a viable option? What's kind of the time frame?
So in October, I'm planning a trip down with some of the directors to go to ICPE and sit down with them and spend a day discussing these type options. After that meeting, we would have a plan, but it's also to get the directors involved with the engineering and some of the other firms that we're dealing with so that they have a comfort level so that, moving forward, I don't have to be the only one going there. They could go there and take the lead on some of these projects. So honestly, we could have something before then, but like I say, a meeting around the first there of October-ish. We haven't come up with a date yet that works, but that's our plan.
See, again, that's that timing issue I talked to earlier. We have to have a budget before October. So it's kind of the chicken and the egg again. What kind of risk or chance do we take on the prioritization. It really is gonna make this difficult. I realize if we come through with grants on some of the other projects, that could maybe change the thinking on it. So again, timing is a real problem.
Well, but that's where the adaptability comes in. That's where we act as best we can with the information we have. If something changes, we adapt and move. And that's where okay, if the transformer comes in early, we'll take the 5 out. Well, then you have the 5, maybe put it at Discovery Bay. Those are the options you look at, the adaptability. You say, okay, best for us right now, spend a little bit more today, but it does save you millions a couple years from now.
And it might buy us some time.
It buys you
on
the time.
Some of these bigger, more expensive, brand new or massively expanded substations.
Now, we don't want to lose sight of the battery storage. I'm just gonna I believe there's federal funding out there for these type of projects, and that means you continue on, you do the design, you figure the intertie out when you're doing the engineering of the substation, the new control building, those things are designed, and then if and when you get the funding, then you start purchasing that material. But if you don't put it in the design up front, it's very costly, very time consuming to add it later.
Well, it's just like what you said, you were able to put together something for the Navy funding because you had a design for it. So the sooner you can pull together some designs, and you've got something you can go to the grant bank.
So do we have the staffing to track the availability to get federal funding for any one or all of these projects?
I'm gonna say no. I think
afraid you.
Will has been awesome in getting us grants, and I think he will awesome moving forward. It will be very successful. But Will's day is already 25 hours versus 24 hours. So, we need to augment staff so that Will has time to either work with other grant writers or to be able to spend some of his time on it. But we do not have the people for.
So really, Will needs to clone Will, not Jameson. Is that what I just
Well,
heard?
he needs Jameson, he needs a Will, we need another Joel.
Well, and every time we get one of these grants too, just like all the broadband grants, it takes a lot of effort to manage them too, right? It's like catch your fish and now you gotta clean it and eat it.
It does, but we're getting better at it and yeah.
Okay,
So
good.
we'll build up capacity.
Good.
Quick question. Are we utilizing Energy Northwest? They help with grant writing. Is this something that Energy Northwest can or would help us with?
They do. I go to some of their grant seminars where they put together a new group specifically for grant writing and this type of funding. They may be able to help us in the future. Like I say, I do go to their meetings. We're not quite there yet. Because we do need to get our designs a little bit closer. We need to get some information done before we can have them help. But
Just curious what resources are available to us beyond hiring someone to specifically work on that. Are there other resources? That was just one that came to mind. Are there others that we can utilize? Other organizations we belong to, NRECA, APPA, whatever?
there are not a lot of times when we go to the NRECA meetings, they always have time you can meet with their grant opportunity people. They sit down and say, okay, this is the person you should talk to. You should go talk to them, and they tell you what to do. They don't do it, but they do give you direction. They encourage you that, okay, this is really good. You should apply for it, or no, the funding's not there for this one. So we do those things.
Kevin, can I add one thing?
Sure.
Yeah, just as Kevin said, the more of this planning that we do beforehand. We did 2 feasibility studies for broadband before we went out for any of those grants. We're doing a feasibility study for The Navy projects, right, that'll kick off any day now. We're developing this 4-year work plan. All of that makes it so much easier to pursue funding. Kilmer's office just sent out a Department of Energy grant program that's gonna open up the BRIC program. I'll attend that webinar. As those things come in, I attend the webinars, but having the plans is just so helpful to our success, so.
I mean, in some ways, these feel like they're bad news meetings. They're like, oh my gosh, this is overloaded and that's gonna blow up and the power is gonna shut off there, but then it forces us to do some of this problem solving stuff. And then you're like, oh my gosh, we can, we got this, knock on wood, we got this money to pay for this. So this is, for me, this is part of the process. It's not all bad news.
Yeah, but, and for prioritization, I think we probably all will concede that we understand the cost. The engineering has to be the priority right up front to get the funding at a minimum, let alone to do a project. So I think we're kind of conceding. I'm not willing to speak for the board, but personally, it looks to me like we're conceding that we know we're going to spend money on engineering as a baseline to have the funding availability to get the funding. So I think that's kind of a given. And we know it's expensive. I know the last engineering contract we signed was $5 million, right? Something like that.
Right now, design per substation is running about 450,000. And all that gets you is blueprints.
Yeah.
A little bit more, they'll help with the specifications for the transformer, they'll help in reviews, but it's $500,000 that you pay. And so we're back to Dana Roberts. So I'm gonna go back. If we move the transformer to here, there becomes some issues possibly with the two transformers banked together. There's some issues there. And there's also a lot of times how things fit. We need a new control building, so there's more work than just these couple bays, but it is.
So how constricted is the site? How constricted is that site? What do we own property wise there? Are we conceivably going to have to expand the size footprint of the area beyond what we already own?
No, because we own from Clay down here to what's Lawrence Street up there.
Okay.
And if you guys get a chance, you should drive back, but this is a block wall.
Well, I know we talked about doing a community solar on this site at one point, so I know there had to be some space somewhere.
We have the space, but we're gonna have to push this back and push that back to make this really
I
work.
hate to bring this up, but it's like it's time sucker. It's a conditional use permit with the
It's-
city. And
It's
it
not
doesn't,
easy.
it doesn't go fast. I mean, arguably, if you weren't having to move dirt and stuff and you were able to fit something in there, you might be able to get away with not having to do it. Cause from the outside perspective, they might not really appreciate that really any change is happening. But if we gotta move retaining walls back and take out vegetation, the city's probably gonna say you need a conditional use permit. It seems like that takes a year.
And this is the.
And what
crux of this
triggers,
meeting. We have to start these processes.
and what would trigger a SEPA, right?
Yeah, it's all on if you're moving
1,000 yards of
X
dirt.
amount of dirt. That's usually not a big problem. SEPA isn't.
Have to actually go to a hearing,
No.
not a conditional use.
On a conditional use permit.
Not on SEPA, I'm talking about.
No, a conditional use permit is probably, I think it's a hearing.
Does it depend on and there's a term for
Major or
the,
minor.
and the person in charge can waive it if they choose to, but.
Yeah.
Oh, a hearing examiner or something like that? Is that?
Anyway,
There's a little
it's,
leeway.
we need to figure out what the opportunity is, and then you gotta talk to the city.
Yeah.
Early.
And we did eventually get the permit to do the solar on this
We
site.
finally got the solar
It took a
thing.
year and a half.
Yeah. And sidewalks and all that stuff.
But part of the driving force that I think the city will be more willing to work with us is you cite, okay, the hospital expansion.
these things in Port Townsend, the load that they're going up, we have to be able to expand our sites.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, fortunately,
Well, and the port's expanding its footprint too. I don't know if that's gonna impact this substation or not. Maybe Kevin wanted to speak to that, or maybe it's not an issue.
let me ask a question here, because this might actually help us. Is there still room to do the community solar array with all the stuff we want to do here, the batteries and the additional transformer?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a very good argument that the first substation was done by conditional use permit by PSE. We got another conditional use permit for the solar. I'm kind of wondering if there's a modification opportunity rather than starting over, just say, hey, this is just a little tweak to the site plan. What would that involve?
And
That might make it, that might make it easier.
Yeah, doesn't it usually have dates at sunset usually in those type of
The
things?
conditional use permits have a time period on them, but I think it's worth asking.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the property with the county. We just have to follow through in a timely fashion.
And to me, that more fits into a modification. It's like, hey, this new hospital got built. We have to add, more capacity. That, I think that will get you some discretion with staff.
Well, again, I think this is something that we should find out ASAP if there is a sunset date that we need to meet.
Right.
Okay,
If this is an option beyond what we're already talking about.
now we're back to staffing levels. We're
Yeah.
all at peak. It's not only our transformers that are peaked out, our staff is peaked out. So,
What's the priority?
but this one does, if you had a transformer, there's some stuff that this maybe rises to the level to help us.
Okay. Here we go.
So, the hydro generation.
We're not done yet.
And I'll throw this out there. This has changed from a 3 megawatt to a 5 megawatt. Primarily because BPA said, hey, if you're thinking about partnering with the Navy and they want, go ahead and apply for the full 5. It's just as easy. We already had the 3 approved, so that was their recommendation. We're gonna take it. This project has been given to the engineers to do the hydrology study. That's not the right word. Hydraulics, to look at places to install the turbine and the pin stock, that kind of stuff. According to the grant we received, there's a lot of community outreach that we have to do that will take a lot of people. But the people I've talked to, NRECA, Energy Northwest, others, they see this as really a win-win type project. The water is going by now. We're not endangering fish. There's just very little environmental impact. The construction zones would be very small along existing right-of-ways. So I think this is something that we can get funded. I think we have to push fairly quickly on the engineering, and all it is conceptual at this time. It is to make it so that we can apply for grants or funding.
Well, we received 170,000. What was that? Wasn't it 170,000? What exactly does that cover? It's more than conceptual, isn't it? That money would go to?
Preliminary engineering, community outreach. We just got the contract 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. One of the problems we're having though is this job needs a champion because it's like any other project. If no one's kind of on the engineers, working with them, saying, hey, have you done this yet? Where are you? How are we moving forward? It is not gonna get done in a timely fashion. We need it done on our time frame, not the engineer's time frame. And a lot of times that's considerable difference. So, the
price tag has increased. You know, it was about 22 million. Because we went to 5 megawatts, you know, it's more generation, it's more energized. From the people I have talked to, the fact that it's the ferry system is a benefit to us. The fact that we have battery backup, the fact that we could pick up Jefferson Healthcare, EOC, those are real selling points for the grants. So as we look at this realistically, we need to make sure we have all of our options listed there, and the good it does for the community, especially with the Navy. The Navy gives us more credit if it not only helps them, but it helps our community. So those are the things to work through and for.
How much of the system upgrades that we talked about today, can we go back to that slide? How much of the system upgrades that we talked about today are necessary to make this actually work? When you say, okay, we've got 5 megawatts of generation, and okay, now we've got these batteries, are there other feeders, or are you able to make an actual backup microgrid work for the EOC and the hospital and whatever, or is there more that's going to be needed, or is that all dependent upon what the engineering says?
So when we get to a future slide, we're going to talk about some undergrounding.
Okay.
So right now, our plan, if this would go through to feed the hospital, let's say off the battery, in an emergency, we could do that by literally you go out, you disconnect all the transformers, tell the hospital, and then you turn it back on.
Okay.
So not a very good solution, but it works
You can
and
make it
keep it
work.
on. For truly moving forward, we'd probably want to do an underground circuit dedicated to the hospital, or at least that area. And that in our fire mitigation plan, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but we can make it work with our existing infrastructure if we get 28 million, because we have to buy pieces and parts, but we can make it work.
Okay.
So feeder projects, this is outgoing circuits. We need a minimum of 1, maybe 2 circuits to Breaker Lane. We need, those would be augmented by circuits coming out of Chimicum substation over to the Navy base in Marrowstone Island. We are looking at undergrounding Marrowstone Island when we do the fiber through that stretch, so that that's an outage resiliency type thing. Plus it would give us a little bit bigger wire to get.
So are you saying undergrounding all of Marrowstone Island, or are you talking
Just the
about?
3-phase going up towards Fort Flagler?
Okay.
And at the start, it would only be conduit. And then we would slowly put in the wire till we got to the end. So that project would be piecemeal.
Would the cannibalization of the existing infrastructure reduce the cost of that project, or no?
No, the salvage of the old wire and that kind of stuff anymore doesn't offset any of the cost. If it was all copper wire, it would have helped, but this is.
Well, I'm thinking the poles or whatever, it's all wood poles through there, is it not?
Wood poles, they're not good for, I think we charge 25 a pole, and we don't sell a lot of them, so. The new substation outgoing feeders. Once you build the substation, you also have to make sure you tie into, so we come out of the new station and go towards Port Townsend, go up the pole, and that would feed the hospital. We would go out of the substation, come back this direction, and that would be like 2nd Street and the area to get into Jacob Miller, that kind of stuff. And then we would build a new feeder that would hit and come in up to Cape George. I can't remember the name of the road, but it would enable us to build those feeders out. And that
when you're looking at the new substations, not only building the substation, it's how do you get the capacity out? And sometimes that can be as expensive as the substation. We are gonna propose some underwater cable to Maristone and Gardner. These are in research. We're not 100% sure how everything would work, but we are spending some time and energy. Simply because of the capabilities they give us, even if they're expensive projects, are worth it. And then Irondale substation over here, we have to break some load out of the new substation so we can start picking up some very specific loads out of that. So this is kind of a proposed route to Breaker Lane. We're showing 2 circuits being energized, and this one we have to start on. And by starting on, we have to start procuring the easements and right of ways, because we can't finalize our design until we have the easements through there.
So is the yellow existing or is the yellow
No.
also new?
Yellow is circuit 1. Red is circuit 2.
They're both would be new.
They would both be new, coming out of the substation, out of the new bay. And this area is fed from the substation, comes around Swansonville.
That's part of the master plan resort there on the edge in the
Yeah,
middle
and this
edge.
would feed that. And then here's kind of like the golf course, Breaker Lane area. We would try to pick up as many of this load, as much of this load as we could. We wouldn't actually come in at Breaker Lane, would come in the backside. And there's reasons for that, but it fundamentally, it really helps.
Can you
Breaker Lane.
speak to the easements of the 2 separate proposals there, or how hard the
No.
easements are going to
This
be?
is one proposal.
Or
We-
one
we
proposal,
we
okay.
have to have both of those feeders out.
I thought it was one or the other.
No,
Okay.
no, they both have to be done.
Same question. What's the difficulty for the easements? Can we do one piece of it and get by, or does it have to be both completed in the same time frame?
So we need the easement, we need the pathway determined before we do anything. So we can't piecemeal anything until we have a total easement path. The problem we're gonna run into is some of that is state DNR land, and they're just boogers to work for.
Hey, Kevin, just looking at the distance, is there a reason why we can't run down Beaver Valley Road and Oak Bay Road as existing rights of way? It doesn't look like it's actually that much farther.
We have an existing path there now,
Okay,
so this needs to be independent to that path.
you can't double up on a,
We already have a double circuit on the poles,
Oh.
so it'd have to be digging along the road. Beaver Valley is state controlled through this, it'd be county controlled, much easier to build. And truly, for what we're trying to do, this accomplishes more than trying to build down and follow the old pathway.
okay.
Yeah, and that stretch down in the bottom middle, that's all rock on one side and crick on the other. So following the road there is problematic.
Well, and this is old cable. You know, eventually we're gonna have to replace it anyway, but the new paths will give us some capability when we go back to start replacing cable.
Okay.
So this is and this has already been submitted for grant funding. Coming out of Chimicum Substation, going along Shoal Pit, and then up to the bridge. The green is already installed and ready to go. There's conduit there.
Is that common easement? Do we have water through there as well?
We can put water in the easements, but right now, there's not water through the green section.
And I just wanted to do a quick time check. Are we okay just kind of pressing through to the end? Is everybody fine? Or do you want to have another
5-minute break would
No,
be
no,
nice.
Okay, so I guess keep going and then maybe after this slide or something, we can take another 5-minute break.
So, there's some issues for this. We have secured all the easements, we have the permits, we're starting the work. The estimated cost is roughly 5.7 million or 5.8 million. We have applied for grants. This is something, though, that if we don't get the grants, we're still probably gonna have to work towards. So, you know, grants are first option, maybe loan financing, something like that is our next option. But this one, really, we need to split the load. Right here, we have one feeder that goes this way, this way it hits the Navy base and Maristone. So if we could split that a couple ways, one, it reduces outages for everybody so that if something behind their trips, we don't trip everybody. But it also takes the load off the existing wire, which increases our voltage.
So what I don't understand is how is this different from the underwater one, which I guess you haven't gotten to?
Well, so because we had this work engineered and the Navy said, we will pay for it if you get the grant. That's why it's here.
Okay.
You know, if we don't get the grant, we'll probably go back to the way we were, putting it in piecemeal, a little bit every year and making the push that way. We get the grant, bam, we'll push this
But
quick.
this is separate from the underwater feeder.
This is separate from the underwater.
Okay, and so what is functionally, how are the two different? What does?
So from the Navy's point of view, because we have to cross the bridge. They don't want that.
Weak link, choke point.
They're afraid that if something would happen to the bridge.
National
then-
security.
Then they would lose power.
And isn't there other infrastructure on there? They don't want it shared or is that the spot?
And this, we have shared infrastructure, Indian Island, Maristone and Fort Ledlow are all out of one switch cabinet. So there's reasons for the Navy to have multiple paths.
Okay,
So this is one of the multiple paths.
and does the other multiple path, the underwater, does that also potentially help with voltage or not necessarily?
It does, but it takes two underwater drops and we have a slide coming up
Okay.
that'll show that.
Because it extends to Maristone. First step would be to Indian Island, second stage would be to Marist. Complete a full loop.
My brain is almost full.
Yeah.
It's like starting to leak out my
No
ears.
loops going on.
Yeah. So you can see where our proposed new substation site is. And then this would be an express feeder to Indian Island. It ties into the generation because then they could say, okay, Indian Island is being fed 100% green, which they want to be able to make that statement. Honestly, we have no experience here, none on underwater cable or.
Was there still some synergy? Cause in DC, we talked about this when we were in DC. And is there still some synergy with another company or another utility that was gonna be doing some underwater work that we could piggyback? Is that gone away, that opportunity?
So.
To save money, reduce costs, whatever.
So in one of the meetings, Penn like the co-op, they were gonna put some underground cable or underwater cable in. And they reached out and said, if you guys are gonna do this, join us so that when we buy the cable, it's special made, they put them on per length. We'll do it all together and it saves everybody money. So we said, yes, if everything falls into place, we will join you. That project is next year, so, you know, if we got funding this year, we'd join them. But Opalco, they do this all the time.
I mean, I've worked on 3 different submarine cable projects, so there's a lot of opportunity. I know, you know, Whidbey Tel is doing a huge, now it's not power, it's communications, but they're doing one from like Lane all the way down to close to Seattle.
Wow.
And they've got a lot of grant funding behind it. I know Alpalco's, bought into part of that. So, I think you just gotta, put the word out there. The manufacturing of the cable, it'd be interesting to see because they do them in runs. And the cutting of the cable, where it's cut, how long it is a big issue. So, but I've worked on.
And I assume because, again, with the federal funding stipulates American made, that type of thing, that these cables are gonna meet the qualifications for that kind of funding.
There's, maybe 2 or 3 places in the world that do it. One is Sumitomo. I think the other is Pirelli. I'm not sure there's anybody, they are not manufactured in the United States. But you may need to use US labor. I mean, it's expensive.
And we'll go through the next few slides real quick. The next slide shows Indian Island over to Fort Flagler. That route
I never could get these slides so that first, they go together. Basically the 2.7 to get you to Indian Island, then this gets you off Indian Island to okay. You never figure out those two.
And like I say, the pathway is the same as our water line, because our water line goes up through Indian Island, then over to Maristone.
Interesting.
So,
That's just me.
for the PUD, if we could get funding, this option is better than going through Chimicum substation and the other way, because it gives me a loop where no matter where the outage is, I can sectionalize it and keep everybody else on. So if funding is available, this really gives us better capabilities for Maristone Island than going across the bridge.
Okay, so that was my question. So we don't need both. If we get
The
this,
Navy would like both.
the Navy wants both. Okay, the Navy wants both.
The Navy, actually, the Navy doesn't care about this one,
Right.
honestly. The Navy wants the first one,
Okay.
because that gives them a complete underground circuit to where they need it, where the ships dock. And that's where we would come out of the water and they would have potentially a hydro plant feeding the ships if something went wrong.
Have more redundancy in their shore power.
Well, this gets back to Commissioner Collins' question for me of, do we have capacity to manage all this stuff? And then your comment that we really need a champion for this micro hydro project. It just sounds like we're kind of a little bit at capacity and we have all these opportunities. And as you march them forward, you're probably going to find out, oh, they like this, but they don't like that, or they'd like that if you changed it to this. And that requires people to make that happen.
Not only people, it takes time.
It takes time.
They have meetings on, at the Navy base. Occasionally I go, but it's an all-day affair. You're there for 4 or 5 hours. So you don't get your normal work done. And it is time consuming.
You need, if you could elaborate on your term champion, because I see this champions. What are you looking and what are you meaning by that? Is this to the engineering side of things, to the naval side of things, to the local PUD part of it? What are you calling champion? I would think champions is probably what we're talking about.
So different projects need a champion, a single person to make sure the projects go forward.
So a project manager, for lack of a better
not-
term?
No, because, and I'm gonna go back to the directors. I see the directors taking some of these projects and running with them, whether it's Will, Melanie, Jean, Mike. They don't have to know the in-depth engineering, but they have to know how to keep the project on schedule, how to interface with the engineers, make sure they have theirs, engage with the grant people. So that's one person. Then you get somebody to champion part of the project, and that may be on the engineering side. So you would have a person in charge and then someone else to make sure it stays on time.
I'm just looking forward to the organizational structure of what,
We're zinging.
what that term champion means and how it fits into the organizational structure. Is that the angle we're talking about this from?
Yes, the directors will pick and be in charge of projects, and underneath them will be specific people to help them accomplish the goals. But next slide. So this one's a little newer, and this came about because we were really looking at, we have to build a new substation over in Discovery Bay Gardner. The old one is just in a terrible location. So when we started to look at underwater cable going to the Navy Island, Colton and I spent some time. You could do something here which would give you the capacity really to feed everything in the Gardner Discovery Bay area, possibly out of the new substation. So, you'd have to build some feeder line to it, but
So might the Discovery Bay one then be abandoned?
we can't abandon it. We got to build something over there, but
Okay.
it would give us time to locate property, to, secure easements. to get
That was the
something.
question I was gonna ask about this, and now that it's up here is, that floodway, tsunami zone. I mean, we'd have to acquire property beyond what we already have there, it'd be my guess, because that pretty precarious little spot that substation is already in, and how much property is available, because I know, I'm hearing from people, why are we buying this? Why are we buying that? What's the purpose? What's, that stuff that I have to pay for, being the customers. And so again, a little more definition about what exactly is going to happen with or around that substation that's there now.
We're looking at options. Can't give you much now, other than the site is not very good. Technically, part of our substation is on county road easement.
Oh, boy.
Just terrible. It's too small. So what we do for property, I don't know, but that again, we're gonna have to start marshaling along that project.
Time for a quick break now, or do you want to keep going?
One more slide.
Okay, one more slide.
All right.
Oh, no, this is the long slide.
Break.
This is the long slide.
5-minute break. Okay. We are taking a break until 2:08.
Go to 3.
Okay, it is 2:09, and this is hopefully the conclusion of our special PUD meeting today on July 30th. Till everybody gets situated again.
Hope springs eternal.
It's actually been a lot more interesting and less painful. I mean, the initial part was the painful part. I'm seeing the opportunity part now, I think.
The
pain is
safe.
The pain came. There may be more, there may be more pain, but okay, please continue. Get us home.
Okay, so on this slide, I'm gonna talk about a couple different things. The 1.5 million for vegetation management. That includes some costs for our curtailment program, red flag, that has to be done, for the state wildfire mitigation plan. I'm gonna pass this along. Last week, when we were working with the engineers, we reached out to BPA because BPA really dictates everything in our service territory. But, and this is the response we got from BPA. In our service territory, the public service shutdowns, the BPA lines are not elevated to their shutdown risk.
Can you explain that? I don't quite
So,
understand what you're
so
saying.
BPA has gone to all their locations, said, okay, at this location, we have a plan in place to turn the power off during the red flag warnings.
And this is the red flag for wildfire?
Red flag for wildfire,
Okay.
so that that's what we use if we would do, selective.
Kevin, is this for wildfire? Could this include heat if we got to 100+ degrees temperature for an extended period?
Nope, this is strictly wildfire. And it's, the red flag warnings are what's been used for years for, working out in the woods or that kind of stuff. You do different things. So many PUDs are in the wildfire mitigation plan that the state's requiring. You have to have a shut-off plan where you're gonna curtail power so that you don't start the fire. So part of ours is, okay, what does BPA do? Because they drive everything in our territory. Well, on our part of the peninsula, they have not designated us as part of a red flag security shutdown. So in some ways that helps, in some ways we can put that in our report. And we should have our report done, I think, in the next month. The state has some people that helping us put the last things together.
This is the fire mitigation plan?
This is the fire mitigation plan.
Okay.
So BPA does not have plans to shut us off. We, however, are looking at what it takes to shut off part of our service territory. And we'll go into some depth here because it's not as simple as turning somebody off. We can put a setting in the reclosure, which instead of a fuse blown and causing a spark, it just trips out instantaneously. But there's a lot of problems to re-energize. The issue isn't tripping out in time or turning people off. Because the minute we turn them off, then we have to patrol the line before we turn them back on to make sure nothing is back in the line. So you could have people out for 4 hours, but then to patrol the line, it may take you 6 hours to turn everybody back on. So they're out for 10 hours.
Yeah.
So how do you mitigate that? How do you try to keep those times down? And there's fault indicators. There's things we can do on the line. There's some SCADA information we can bring back. There's a lot of things that we can do. We're not there yet. We would have to put a lot of infrastructure in. A lot of what we're talking about would help us with the fire shutdown, mitigation shutdown. So we're looking at it pretty hard. We're looking at the easy part is just turn them off. So we are going to bring something back to the board more for discussion. But it is not an easy solution. Part of the engineering's recommendation is there's a lot of outreach to the public we have to do to inform them, let them know it's not only turning them off, but it's turning back on. It's all these processes that have to take place.
So hearing what you just said, and again, there's the safety side of it, right? That's what you're focused on. And it should be the primary focus, but the secondary part of that, my question is going to be when you're talking about de-energizing that takes 12 hours to re-energize, or maybe, 24 hours, way our contracts are structured, maybe it'll be take or pay depending on where we're at in our usage. How does that affect us financially when we do a shut off like that? Because that's lost revenue. If we're not turning meters, we're losing revenue. So what kind of impacts on that side of it are we looking at, along with what you talked about earlier, and that's water system impact? If we turn the power off, as all the water systems, if it's off fire danger is why we're doing it, there's a real chance that there could be a fire, house fire, wildfire, regardless. And how do we ensure, you've already talked about a little bit, that our water systems are able to supply water for fire suppression? Two questions.
So fire suppression in a lot of areas, because our pumps shut off, they will not have fire suppression. That's just part of.
And ultimately, I'm looking at our liability and our insurance cost if we fall
They're
into.
also asking about lost revenue.
Well, I'm just saying that, yeah, there's multiple things that go along with this and how it could impact us in a long-term shut.
But that's where you have to make a choice, right? Are you gonna let a wildfire burn out of control? Or are you gonna worry about, the lost?
No, I stated safety is the prime concern, but the ancillary effects of it, is it impacts revenues too. So maybe it's minute, but there is those other things that are impacted that we should not lose sight of when we determine a policy for this particular instance.
So revenue is minor because of the time of year. It's during our lowest lows. So revenue really isn't part of the discussion. It is, however, quality of life. If you're a citizen of Jefferson County, do you want to sit in your house without power for 8 hours? To me, that's the bigger discussion.
Well, as opposed to having it burned down?
Well,
It's a chance. I mean, it's this probability, right?
yeah,
And you know, when you turn it off, you're gonna have these negative impacts, and you're potentially shutting off water for fighting fire. So it's like, what probability do you then say, we gotta do it? Is it's just.
Yeah, and I'm not advocating for an outcome. I'm just looking at what the public is going to ask me as a commissioner when we start to have these discussions and determine policy. That's the only reason I'm asking, is I'm preemptively asking what I know the public is going to ask me.
There will be a split in the public, because some people are gonna say, hey, you gotta turn it off. That's the right thing to do. I don't know if it is or not, because the other half of the population are gonna say, around here, we just don't have the fire danger like they do on the west side, so leave us on. That's kind of what BPA has said, is based on our area, they're not as concerned.
So can you kind of outline what these conditions might be when you say red flag warning, and like what wind speeds you're talking about?
The red flag warning, we'll have to bring you back the information, but it's recognized throughout the United States. There is a criteria, and it's issued by NOAA, I believe.
It's probably relative humidity and temperature and winds and a
It's
whole
all
lot
of
of
that.
different
Yeah.
things that go into an equation to give you that, what percentage of.
No other service that does it.
And a lot of places, I'll go back to where I was at the co-op in Arizona. For example, we couldn't take trucks off road when the red flag warnings were up because of the mufflers and starting the grass fires. We had our own tree trimmers. They couldn't use the saws during red flags. I know other utilities have gone away from gas saws, so you can only use
The
electric
loggers have to
saws.
hoot owl. It's when the relative humidity and the temperature reach a certain amount, they shut down operations
Yep.
because of the likelihood of a fire being started.
Yep. So the 1.5 is not just for tree trimming, it's for expanding our network. It's to do a lot of outreach. So there's more to it than just vegetation management. It's our whole kind of safety part of that equation. The outage prevention work, we've touched on this. There's a lot of places where undergrounding for new construction, we just have to really push that. The undergrounding, if you build a circuit from, let's say, the substation to the hospital, you could leave the hospital on during a red flag warning where everyone else around it would be turned off, for example. So those are give and takes. The capacity charge implementation, that's the more we can spend to beef up our infrastructure, it does help us prevent outages. The substation upgrades spreads the load around so that there's more protective devices per customer that helps on outages. Both water and power, we need to reevaluate our SCADA systems, and especially alongside the deployment of the broadband that we bring more and better information back into the PUD. Identify places where we need to take the overhead lines out to underground, such as Marrowstone. Marrowstone is a major outage location because of the trees and the existing power line. And then we need to continue replacing a lot of failed underground circuits. We've done a pretty good job in certain points. Calipoint, we were having a lot of issues there, but we seem to have curbed that for now. But those are the type of projects we're talking about there, where we're going into subdivisions and stuff.
Do we have a number of miles that are still remain in the direct burial that is at end of life? Do we have that information?
No, but I'll throw a swag out there. We probably have 300 and some mile, we have 350 miles underground within a few miles. I would say well over 100 miles need to be replaced.
And we would replace that with conduit. We would not do direct bury again, correct?
Even some of that may be in conduit, at least for part of the way, but we would install conduit banks.
All right.
Next slide. This real quick shows the Hadlock sewer. We are close to finishing up our agreements with the county. As soon as those are agreed to, we'll bring it back to the board. And then we will have to hire some people to run the sewer system. But this is an increase to the workforce. It's people we don't have that we're going to have to recruit and bring in. And we'll probably have to enter into some different agreements. For example, we may enter into an agreement with the city if we need help on our system, they could help us or we could help them. Similar to the Wapuda for the electrical system, we have the agreements where if we need help, we can go to Grays Harbor, that kind of stuff. Wapuda doesn't have it for the water or wastewater people, but maybe we enter into an agreement with Kitsap. So those things will all have to be taken into consideration as we move forward here.
So, sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, were you anticipating when do you think that agreement is gonna come to the board?
We're not far. I mean, we had a draft from them. I reviewed it and then they got it to their prosecutor. And we're anticipating something shortly. And they've been pretty responsive.
I'm wondering if it would be worthwhile to have a workshop with the commissioners on this issue, just kind of outlining what the issues for Jefferson PUD will be in this agreement, what our responsibilities will be, and then kind of shifting to, okay, what do we think we're going to have to do for staffing, and just so that we're up to speed when this thing shows up on our desk, we know what all the ramifications are. I don't know if the board is interested in that.
We could have a meeting anytime because I think we're close enough with.
I mean, the original draft from the county outlines what all, I mean, once we go through it, issues are.
I think it'd be worthwhile having something before you expect us to approve it.
Yeah.
And it's fair to say that this is going to be a service contract. We aren't taking on any risk of the sewer or its operations beyond the cost of us providing an operational service. I mean, is that fair or no?
There's a risk there.
Okay, again, so the Commissioner Collins or Randall's point is that I guess we do need maybe a little bit more of a primer before we see that document.
I think just an outline of the issues. How is it going to impact us? How are we planning to be ready? I think we want to handle the responsibility, but I think you've been involved in it so long, the details. I think we're not going to know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a standard.
What's the nature of the risk?
Yeah.
Cost.
The nature of the risk is we are going to operate a system that could spill sewage out on the site, you know, there's things like that, that we're responsible, we're running it. If we don't do our jobs properly, there's a risk.
Yeah, there's all these grinder pumps, it's a pressurized system, it's all sorts of fun stuff.
So, but we are gonna get compensated, you know, so I believe we should do this because it's good for our community.
Yeah.
So the risks and the rewards, you know, we have insurance, it'll cover us for, you know, the inadvertent spills or whatever, but there are risks.
Well, and you've also got this new customer relationship.
Yeah.
Because you know, you've got all these people who are on this sewer system, and if it's not working, it's inconveniencing them, and how are we handling that too? So anyway, I think about where it could fit in to our meeting schedule and get back to us if needed.
At 6, we have a special meeting with the finance for the audit.
No, we do it in a regular meeting though.
You want a regular meeting, you don't want it a separate one, because Jeff had mentioned he wants it to be a workshop.
No, it could be in a regular meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
the six would be, if you're ready to have something ready for,
It won't be signed by the county, you know, it would be ready for you guys.
I
but
think
we
the
can
sooner,
talk about it.
sooner you start letting us know what our responsibilities are, the better.
I'll put it on there.
It's really awkward to have you go back, oh geez, the commissioners didn't like it.
It'll be
Yeah.
information.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Information only, new business.
No surprises. Yeah,
Hey, next slide.
and even if it, you know, and if it takes a couple of meetings to get us all through it.
You wanna go
I'd say
back to
let's
that
get
slide?
started.
We can talk about it more on the 6th, kind of the idea of the staffing plans for water.
I think there's some
Maybe
interest,
when
I think there's some interest in the personnel, so. Yep.
So do you want to do that when we go to the org chart?
I can add it in right now, just real quick. So for the wastewater system, Kevin did allude to it, but our initial idea is to hire some external expertise to run that system. And then we'd have internal training opportunities for our staff for coverage purposes. So we see that as a good opportunity. And along with that, we've also identified about 13 new positions that we're looking at adding to the org chart. And this is, you know, some of it we've talked about how our staff is at capacity. Some of it is bringing on new staff to help with that capacity. And then to help with these projects that we need to complete based on which ones the board is interested in moving forward with. So, and we can talk a little bit more in detail on the org chart, which is in a couple slides.
Okay. Keep going.
Yep, next slide.
So I guess I'll jump in here, Kevin.
Yep.
Okay. So of course, you know, we've gone over a lot of things, a lot of high dollar projects that we have to do. We do an annual budget, you know, but we're gonna have to start making sure we budget for all these projects, keep track of what's ordering now to be done here in 5 years. Just to throw out numbers, you know, we're ordering equipment that we're not gonna pay for 3, 4, 5 years, so it's keeping track of what's ordered, what's coming down the line, and how we're doing with all these projects, so it is trying to find out where and how to do it. It is taking into consideration, you know, do we finance, do we have to try to set money aside in our reserves? How far down do we feel comfortable taking our reserves? As we spin stuff out, so it's just a matter, and then with the new staffing, like you said, the 13, making sure that we do account for all those new positions and backfilling or changing around, so everything we've talked about all works back into the budget and how we account for everything.
So a couple quick questions, since we went to budget, that have to do with a lot of the things we're talking about today. And one of those is, what is our actual plant value now? What is ballpark number? First question. And because where I'm going with that is also our current debt obligation. How much do we owe in loans or other type of things at this point in time to determine our debt to asset ratio? As we look at having to leverage money, borrow money, whatever it may be at this point, not when we have spent the $60 million in broadband money down the road. It's a snapshot of the here and now that we
Yeah.
kind of need to look at to determine the next budget, but some of these projects of how they're gonna fall in to how we want to budget.
Mike will bring up the Form 7 and tell you those numbers in just a minute.
I'm gonna actually, as of the end of June, for the whole utility, our net book value is $257 million. That's for all three across the board.
And is that a depreciated number or is that?
That's the net.
Okay.
The actual book value, oh, whoops, sorry, I gave you the wrong one.
It sounded
That is the
high.
Total, yeah, that is the total utility plant. The net utility plant is 156 million.
Okay.
Trying to read on, I didn't blow it up just so I can.
No
read it.
worries, no worries. And then, like I said, current debt obligation.
Debt obligation is $95 million.
And could you break that out a little bit? I know we have like 82 million on the original RUS. We have water loans we've seen today, broadband loans.
So 88 million of it is basically RUS, electric side of funds. 7 million of it is other debt, state debt, the water, USDA, rural development. And then we also have notes, which is like the Peterson Lake. It's getting down there. It's almost paid off now. So it doesn't have that much. It's 284, it looks like.
So 160 million in planned asset and about 90 million in debt.
Yeah, so our long-term debt to utility plant is 37.04%. Our margins and equities to total assets is 45.28 for the whole utility.
And we won't talk about tier today, so.
And for utility, that's very, very good.
No,
It's getting better. Yeah.
But again, I'm looking at the customers who look at, our rates, where they were 10 years ago versus where they are now and where they're going to be 10 years from now. So
Yeah.
that's what can they weather, right? What kind of rates can our customers weather?
Talking about rates, that's kind of what we're going into this next thing is how do we fund all these projects? Do we rate finance them? Which that means we then have to, today's customers are paying for future projects. Our rates have to be set higher enough to raise that money. We grant the grants, which, that's technically free money. I mean, the state doesn't see it as free money, but we see it as free money. Because there are things that do it, or there's the financing, there's the loans, then you're spreading those costs out over long term, over the useful life, which can help in return keep rates down a little bit lower because you don't need today's dollars to pay for future projects.
So how many more slides do you have?
Just a couple.
So it feels like we're starting to have.
One more quick question to preface this as we're into budget and we're going to be getting into budget even more is on, I lost my train of thought. I know what it was. If we have to borrow more money, right, and there's going to be a rate impact, i.e. increase, how will that particular part of our go into our rates? Will it go into base rate? Would it go on a consumption? Would it go into a fee? How exactly for capital, right? Because if it's capital that it's driving this and we're borrowing money for capital improvement, where would the rates show the impact of what we're going to do in the borrowing?
That would basically, be kind of up to the, I was gonna say, it's up to the commission, it's up to the rate study, up to the commissioner. Do we want to increase our base rate? Do we want to keep the base rate low and increase the consumption rate? Or do we want to kind of do a combination? So that would ultimately be decided by the three of you as to where you want those rates to be.
And that was something I wanted to get out there, is that something we need to think about, how that impact, whatever it may be, what we're going to want to do with it.
So we got 25 minutes left. How about we flip through the rest of the slides? Because I'd like us to be able to talk.
Yeah. Next slide. I think the future is very bright. We have some challenges for sure, but there's so many opportunities right now for us to really increase the PUD and get us to the next level. So next slide. So we're talking, at least today, a handful of positions, but these are key positions. We need a water director. We need an electrical operations
So
director.
this is what's in yellow for the.
What's in yellow. And I'm going to let Melanie jump in and
Okay.
take this.
So you mentioned water director, electrical operations director, and engineering director. Commissioner Tuber, when you talk about champions, I think, you know, some of these positions are key champions for some of these projects. We've talked about the wastewater manager that would operate the Hadlock water system. Some of the other new positions that we've created is the energy efficiency specialist, and they'd be helping with the administration of the RESP loan.
And other things, yes.
And Jean and Will can speak to the details on that a little bit more. We'd also be looking at hiring on an NISC specialist to help with reporting, some of the workflow processes.
Just managing our customer information system, it takes a lot of our time, and we need someone who specializes in that so that we can work on the things that are more important.
So we're looking for someone already out there that has that industry experience, or are we looking at having to train someone for that? How do you see that? I realize you got to put out the call and see what you get, but I mean, what is your take, your feel for how that position would evolve?
Understanding is we're looking at both options for that, really.
Wide open,
Yeah.
we're looking
And
everywhere.
is there any overlap with IT for that person potentially?
Some,
Could they
yes.
provide a little backup on IT too?
Yes, but IT is different. IT is more system administration, whereas NISC is more day-to-day management of our operating system, our customer information system.
And I thought I counted it up, I saw 9 up there, and I thought I heard Melanie say 13.
There's few more positions that haven't been added on here. In part, that's because we're in bargaining with the union
Okay.
on those positions, and I'm not sure, Kevin, if we're ready to talk more about that.
You can talk about the flagger.
Okay, flaggers is one of them, so of course, that is, you know, takes up a lot of our contractor costs,
So
so.
we've talked about that for years,
Yeah.
about bringing that in-house potentially.
And do you have a split on represented versus salaried or non-represented? I mean, with these 13 positions? It's not critical, just curious if that's something we've thought about to ultimately determine what the cost of the labor is going to be.
Majority of them are non-represented positions. Yeah. And so moving along to the right-hand side, we added an administrative assistant still under the HR department, which is also safety as well. So kind of still in the initial stages of thinking about how that position could be added. And 2 new positions under Mike Bailey's team on finance. Sorry,
I was
Jeff.
just gonna ask Mike, how do you see those positions helping you with your responsibilities?
So adding the controller, this is something, being able to look at the financing, you know, planning ahead, forecasting, it frees up my time. Because right now I still do have to get into the weeds quite a bit. So being able to actually look at those opportunities, actually go out and help meet with these people, with the different organizations that we could get grants from, get loans from. Being able to do that forecasting, doing that. The financial analyst, there again, is helping to run reports, do some forecasting, doing some of the budget reporting, things like that, where it just takes time to do. I wouldn't have to take the time to always do it. We can, or if the commissioners ask for specific information, that I could get that person to do it, or Kevin needs something, any of the directors, anybody needs something specific.
It's always nice when it's like you realize it's fallen on your head and you actually have somebody you can assign it to, like, oh, that's me again.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to presume that the 13 ones that we're talking about are going to be in the next budget cycle. And then that takes us to 88 by my math. And we expect by 3 years to be at 100. Am I following this correctly? Okay. So do we have, and I realize there's a lot of variables that go into this, but a ballpark figure for the 2025 budget to include these 13 positions? Do we have a ballpark figure for wages and benefits?
Ballpark.
Yeah, I'm willing to be within $500,000.
Narrowly, we think it's 1.5 to 2 million.
Okay.
Well, altogether for all the employees, it will be about 15. We're right now about 15, so we're probably looking for 24. It was 16.5, so we're going to be up around the $18 million
In total employee benefits and wages.
for all employees, including these new positions. We'll have on the 16th when we have the budget meeting. We'll talk about that more.
Again, we have all these components of critical decisions to be made, some in the near term, some a little bit more intermediate term. And these in the out, you know, as you add them all together, becomes a very considerable number.
So that's the end of the slides.
Go next slide.
Can I add one last thing?
Yes,
I'm
please do.
sorry. For the staff who are listening, I just wanted to mention that we'll be having an all hands meeting tomorrow and Kevin will be presenting the org chart. So you'll see the org chart here and the different departments, which doesn't really have the direct report hierarchy on here. We'll have more information and all the names with the titles tomorrow. So I just wanted to clarify that real quick for staff.
Okay. Kevin?
Next slide. And this is, you know, thank you to our staff. We have a lot of work to do. We've done a lot of work to get here. And so we just want to thank everybody and we appreciate what they do.
Okay, so I wanted to give the commissioners a chance to give you some feedback. The staff has put in a lot of time and kind of revealed, here's what we know right now, and here's the problem. I think you did a really nice job of putting it in terms we could understand, because that, frankly, that really helps me when it gets down to budget time, to understanding more some of the nuts and bolts of what's behind it. Some of my thoughts are, we're not going to have all the answers to these questions as we go through the budget this year. So we're going to be working on partial information and, you know, kind of best guesses as we put together the budget. I think from my perspective, something I'm going to be looking for you, Kevin, and, you know, your staff, is you had a whole bunch of options up there, and some of them are maybe going to get funded from grants, and they kind of fit together in different puzzles. You can make different puzzles out of them almost, depending on. So I think I'm going to be looking to you for, you know, recommendations, both in terms of priorities, and I think a little more information of, okay, if we do this, this is what we're going to get. But I think as you develop your recommendations, as you learn more as we go through, the more you can kind of say, here's what I recommend we look at in the next 2-3 years. This is what I think we can wait further out. And then it's probably just like with broadband, it's going to depend upon what do we get hits on with grants and how they move around, and then who we can hire, you know, because we found out we can put a position out there. We may or may not get somebody. So I think I'm realizing this again will be fluid. It will have some form, but there will be some fuzziness to it. And I guess another thought I have is, I really think we're going to have to do some serious number crunching, because if we just put everything in there that we wanted, we can't afford it. I don't know how we're going to pay for it. And this, from my perspective, is not a great time to borrow a bunch of money. Interest rates are higher than they've ever been, you know, since we've had power. So I think really thinking about what do we need and what can we afford and how are we going to afford it with rates and, you know, if we add this capacity charge and, you know, kind of thinking backwards from that too, not just what do we want, because we have to be able to pay for it. But I guess those are some of my thoughts.
Yeah, the reverse engineering of it, I think you have to look at rates first and determine, had the low income discussions today on really what can our customers, what can the public withstand in the way of increases that we know. I just don't see any other way. There's increases coming across the board.
And we haven't even touched on BPA and
Well,
what
that's
those
on my list.
future contracts are
Yeah,
gonna be.
it's one of the things I had listed
I
here.
think as we talk about, you know, energy efficiency and these things, I think it is important, because it's interesting when I go to Energy Northwest meetings or other ones and I see other PUDs talking about, my customers can't handle any rate increases. I'm like, you better start telling your customers what's coming, because we are in an energy short world and we've got major commercial entities out there willing to pay for really expensive power like new nuclear. And when that comes to be, that means all of our power is going up because there's a competition for it.
Well, one more thing, can I go? One more quick thing to that point too, and it's just not about the energy shortage and the BPA contracts, but again, we are under a lot of pressure under the Clean Energy Transformation Act, the Carbon Commitment Act, that there's things we're gonna have to do to comply with that on top of everything else that we just talked about. So there's a whole lot of things going into this equation right now that we haven't even talked about that, what that impact is gonna be. So electrification of the grid. Ken, sorry.
So I really appreciate all of the time and effort that went into the presentation. I think it's extremely useful to understand what the vision is, because that's what we're dealing with. We're looking at what are the needs, what do we hope to accomplish? Obviously, there are a lot of factors that are going to impact our ability to realize our vision. We're also living in a political environment, and no one can say at this point about the availability of federal funding going forward. So as has been said, and I don't want to be repetitive, this is going to take a lot of monitoring, a lot of information that has to be crunched, and recommendations from the staff as to where we are in the present moment, what we can count on in the immediate future, and what are the implications for being able to realize the various projects that we've identified. So that's what makes this work exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time.
I guess one of the things that was brought up that I would like to see us have prepared is that idea of communicating to our customers when we have an urgent situation happening someplace. And if we, weather is fairly predictable, we kind of know, hey, it's going to be a record low tomorrow, hopefully all these engineering studies are going to help us better understand our system, better understand when the stresses are happening. I think we shouldn't hesitate to engage our customers and ask them for help, in the appropriate kind of language, not getting everybody panicky, but letting them know this will help. We're probably going to see some excessive loads. And I think we're going to be letting them know too, that our system is old and our system needs to be upgraded. There's opportunities, to make it better. There's opportunities maybe to get some federal funding with that. So it's not all bad news, but I think we have to engage with our customers more. And I think that's the future of utility business, is engaging with customers more, as opposed to the old way seemed to be, forget about your power. It's always going to be on. I think in the future, no, there's going to be a relationship.
And I'm going to look inward more than that was the outward, the outreach, the transparency. And I think really it's becoming really more apparent that the board and the general manager need to get aligned on what our goals are, how we get there, look at the strategic plan. It was a great document, but it needs updated. There's things going on beyond our control that are going to affect us. And the strategic plan is the tool, is the roadmap we have for that. Risk management policy, financial policy, and other policies as yet that we haven't developed. It's really incumbent on us now as a board to really get with the general manager and determine what our goals and how we're going to get there are. Because I think right now there's a lot going on, and I don't think it's clear to everybody how we get what we're going to do and how we get there.
I appreciate it. I think this morning you began with a little bit of the language from the strategic plan, if I wasn't mistaken. I would encourage you, as we go through the budget process, I think it is good to go back and look at it. Some places you may find language we need to update, and where language kind of reinforces what we're doing and why, I think it's good to bring it in. So it's not just living on a shelf someplace. Anything else?
One more quick question. I don't know if Kevin asked, did staff have anything else they wanted to put forward to the board or with the projects or anything like that? Just curious. No, we're all headed the same way, it looks like. Okay.
Well, we made it without being completely exhausted. At least I feel that way. So I think we did
Speak
good.
for yourself.
Just the 3 cups of coffee.
I'll add one little thing since you asked. We have a bunch of community events coming up. We've got the fair, All County Picnic.
There's also an event in Port Ludlow, well, that's on a Tuesday coming up in August. That'll be on our calendar for the website as well. So that's the opportunity there, which is a pretty cool event, I guess.
When is the All County Picnic again? Does anybody have that?
County is Sunday, the 18th of August.
Okay. And then when is Quill Scene?
That is September 21st, Saturday. We're gonna double up on that event as our broadband kickoff.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that too? What exactly that's going to require time-wise and how we're going to promote that? I mean, we're going to be at the fair, right? This is same coincides with the Quill Scene Fair, correct?
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna order each of you inflatable animal costumes.
It'd be like the salmon, like the.
Yeah, you
bears
can
have
do
to
the
run
salmon,
on
yeah,
a race.
whatever
As
animal.
long as we have security, I guess.
Yeah, I think it would be great. No, we're gonna have a little bit extra for the parade. We're gonna invite, the agencies that helped us and the elected officials and local dignitaries, and we'll do a little guided tour as well. So I'll send
Cool.
out that invite soon.
Well, I'm gonna miss the All County Picnic. Son and I are gonna be at the Pretenders Conference or concert in Seattle.
What's the date again for the All County Picnic?
August 18th.
Thank you.
All right, are we done?
More
Okay.
than done.
All right.
Was
Is-
there, we actually had public comment. Did we have time? If there was anybody?
Is there
from the
anybody
public?
that has any public comment to make? Going once? Going twice?
They must have fell asleep.
All right. I think we kind of took it during the meeting. So thanks, everybody. And thank you for all the preparations and the food. It made it comfortable and pleasant. And thanks for being prepared. There's a lot of material to get through. So it is 2:53 and we have completed our business and our meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Great job.
Thanks, everybody.
Great job.